I moved into Unit A on Elridge Drive just over a month before that rainy October night changed everything. After my divorce, all I wanted was somewhere quiet, practical, no reminders of the past life I'd worked so hard to escape. West Hartford felt distant from Boston, but familiar enough to settle in. The duplex was older, a little drafty, with that faint wood smoke smell lingering in the walls. Perfectly modest. The landlord assured me Unit B had been vacant for months. My office was in the front corner, just off the entry. At around 9 p.m. most nights I'd hear noises, thuds, the dull scrape of furniture against floors. At first I blamed the storm, the rain pounding against siding and gutters. But then it happened on clear nights too. I'd pause my Zoom calls, tilt my head. Was that dragging sounds from next door? After all, I told myself, this house had siblings. Walls are shared. Settling happens. One Tuesday night, I saw movement in the glass slit near my front door. My heart jumped. I opened it. Nothing. Rain dripped onto the stoop. I thought maybe I'd hallucinated it. Nerves, elevation from overwork. Still, I took pictures showing boot prints in mud installments days later. Fresh prints tracked inside, heading toward my hallway. I texted my landlord, Neil. He insisted Unit B was still empty. No service visits. No one with spare key access. He sounded apologetic, confused but firm. I bought a motion sensor light for the porch, and still the sounds persisted. Always around 9 p.m. But on Friday it all came to a halt, then exploded. I was rinsing dishes, winding down after client calls from London. Water dripped, dishes slipped. I heard whistling soft and off-key right next door inside my walls. I froze, turned the tap off. Silence. I took a slow breath, walked toward the living room. And there he was. In my recliner in the corner, a man with a soaked hoodie, silently whistling a broken tune. He didn't move when I gasped. No blink. Just swiveled his head toward me. That crooked smile. I backed away, grabbed my phone, called 911 with trembling voice, locked myself in the bathroom. The floorboards creaked faintly behind the hollow door, but nothing else. Through the crack I could see the bathroom light painting a soft glow in the hallway. I tried to steady my breathing as familiar yet ominous silence returned. When the police burst in, I heard them shout, "Get down! Show your hands!" But when they announced, "Sir, you can come out," I emerged to find the officers standing beside the man in the recliner. He simply sat. No resistance, no explanation. He didn't speak, just looked at me with that same smile. One officer, wide-eyed, said, "He didn't match any missing persons, no prints, no ID. He carried only your utility bill." Shivers. Neil watched the follow-ups. Within days, neighbors' Nest footage revealed the man had been entering nightly, through the attic crawl space linking the two units. I'd believed in Clin's apparition, but someone had found that hidden path. The walls I thought offered privacy instead served as a bridge. After that night, I couldn't sleep in the dark. I installed new locks, deadbolts, window jammers, and bought cameras in every corner. I moved soon after, one suitcase at a time, but the memories refused to leave. I still wake to nights where I hear breathing at the door, that crooked grin hovering in darkness. And I wonder, was I ever truly alone in that house? Settling into the new place didn't quiet my mind. I found a small one-bedroom condo not far from Elridge Drive, with better locks and no shared attic access. Daylight helped sanity, but at night the dream replayed. Rainy windows, the creak of the recliner, the tune that formated itself in my skull. I started meeting neighbors, Mrs. Patel next door, retired librarian, who said she'd lived there 20 years and unit neighbors always changed. She gave me a spare light bulb and warned about weird drafts through vents. I laughed politely but knew that house had secrets. One evening, 6 weeks after moving, I ran into Officer Kelly, one of the responding police. He looked at me kindly. "Lucas, just checking in. You're safe, right?" I nodded. I forced a smile, but his eyes traced pain lines beneath mine. You took the right steps, he told me. Not everyone escapes so early. His words settled in my chest. I started therapy again. Talking helped a little. I realized I'd been running physically, but the trauma stayed. Dr. Marin asked, "What does whistling mean to you?" I shrugged. I said it felt like someone mocking me, like they knew they could get beneath my skin. That slipping sound, that melody repeating in rainwater's rhythm. Fridays kept haunting me. I avoided cooking at 9. I turned on fans to mask noise. I checked locks obsessively. I drew blueprint diagrams of the attic crawlspace. I called Neil again, demanding he inspect the path between units. He hired a contractor. They found damage to original drywall, evidence of forced entry, insurance fights and local code violations later. He finally apologized and paid for my move. Yet every time I explain I just moved, I add, because I heard whistling at night. People nod with half belief. They don't get it until they see someone in their house. No weapon, no demand, just stillness and a stare. That moment kept replaying, looped in my mind. One month I rented a storage locker to store excess items. I'd gone to pick stuff up at night. The building was empty and quiet. I approached the auto door, heard whistling behind me. I spun. No one. I rushed inside, heart pounding, safe inside a steel cage with other boxes. But the whistling echoed in my mind enough to trigger panic. I left, keys shaking. My mom used to whistle when I was a kid. It meant dinner or some greeting ritual. But that night, recounting my panic made me see the irony. The tune in my office wasn't warm. It was invitation without welcome. After that moment, I changed my ringtone to a whistle so I could flip triggers into something greater. Power. It took months of vigilance, nightmares, insurance calls, and therapy. I learned the crawlspace was originally meant for utility conduit, rarely inspected. He'd used a ladder, shimmed the trapdoor open, climbed into my unit when I was deep into work or asleep. No weapon but proximity sufficed. And the mail he held. That broke me. He'd been inside my house, holding papers that weren't his. I took comfort in mundane acts, changing sheets, watering plants, early evening walks around leafy streets. I purchased a small dog, Milo, a mellow cocker spaniel who barked at strangers. Milo's presence calmed me. He didn't distrust at all, until one night, when I was alone watching a movie. He jumped and growled at the corner recliner. I paused. Nothing beyond shadowed quiet. But Milo stayed alert. I took that as healing. I was no longer alone. Not mentally, not emotionally. I still have the crawl space diagram taped above my desk. Unit footprints, attic entry, lock placements. I tape sticky notes by my door, check bolt. Camera active. I don't regret moving, but I don't take comfort in it. Trauma doesn't fade in tidy timelines. It threads itself into daily routines. I never considered myself paranoid. I just became careful. I kept my phone within reach, flashlight by the bed, pepper spray, though I hope to never use it. Then I published a blog post about my experience, not to scare people, but to warn them. I described the crawlspace risk in older duplexes, the attics invisible to tenants. Within a week, I got an email from someone named Jenna in Michigan. She wrote, "My husband works in data security. We recently moved into a Victorian duplex from 1924. We went into the attic for insulation repairs. We locked everything. We assumed no one could get in. Thanks for your post. I'll supervise the contractor next time." That message sent something warm through me. I realized horror turns into vigilance, and telling helps other people avoid becoming victims. One evening, I found my inbox filled with similar messages. People sharing warnings, asking questions. Some wanted emotional support. I answered them slowly, drawing lines between shared terror and secure action. Still at home, the nights remained tense. I installed a medical-grade panic button. It links to local police. One tap and they're dispatched. I've tested it. Friendly officers gave thumbs up, told me it was fine. Then came a late October night, not so dissimilar to the first. Rain slashed the windows. I was working. Late call with London client. Around 9:05 I heard it, the soft, uneven whistle. My stomach lurched. I paused. I snapped off the mic. I stared at the screen. I pressed pause on the Zoom recording and muted all sound on my computers. Milo started growling softly, paws stiff, ears forward. I froze. The whistle continued. My breathing shallow, I edged toward the door, hand straining toward the panic button. But I told myself, check the cameras. I opened the security app. The front porch camera showed nobody. The living room cam showed empty corner. Attic trapdoor sensor, inactive. I exhaled sharply. Maybe it was a prank call disguised as whistling and a sound effect. My heart beat near breaking. I restarted the Zoom and tried to carry on, but my throat closed. I stood up, announced to the empty room, "We're done." I shut the lid. No apology. I turned everything off. I realized the whistle might never return. The man left the duplex for good, but the echo in the mind persists. I recorded a voice memo summary. Diagnosis, triggers, steps I'd taken. I shared it with a trusted circle, therapist, a few neighbors, and Officer Kelly. They listened without judgment, offered reassurance. I realized then that living safely meant more than locks and cameras. It meant reclaiming trust in myself, in others, in routines. I would not rebuild the same motion-triggered triggers. I would build new patterns. Milo's bark as a signal of safety, nighttime rituals of journal writing. They grounded me. The months that followed were quieter. Work turned into routine. Milo turned into company. I invited friends over to watch football games. I hosted a small Thanksgiving dinner. For the first time since before Boston, the house felt like mine. Still, I maintained vigilance. I signed up for community safety workshops, talked about building infrastructure hazards. I consulted an architect friend who taught me about building inspections, crawlspace liability, tenant education. I became a hyper-aware tenant. But more importantly, I wasn't afraid anymore. I was ready. Then something unexpected happened. I visited a fixer-upper open house, a mid-century cottage near a small lake. It had attic access too, but wired shut, and the owner provided documentation showing the only means of entry had been professionally sealed. I felt drawn. I toured it with care. I saw a sliding lawn, cozy kitchen with original tile. I imagined Milo napping in the sunroom. I imagined dinner gatherings, and for once I did not think about whistling sounds. 6 months of rent savings made me bold. I offered. The inspection came clean. Attic sealed, windows reinforced, no shared walls. I signed papers. I handed over keys to my duplex condo. It felt like shedding a second skin. That first night there, I cooked pasta and brewed wine, Milo at my feet. No locks to check, no whistling. Just the soft hum of fridge, occasional creak in new hardwood floors. I drank, smiled. In that moment, I reclaimed peace. I messaged Neil one last time, a terse note. "Your tenant situation resolved. I'm okay now. Hope the issue gets fixed for good." No anger. Closure. He replied briefly. "Glad you're safe. Good luck." I've since written a published article in a home safety journal. It's titled "When Walls Hide Threats: Attic Crawl Spaces and Occupied Security." I share my email, my experience with police, my outline of preventative measures, camera installation, door sensors, landlord accountability. I've learned that healing happens in action, in shared warning, in procedural steps. I've rebuilt routines, nighttime meditation, keeping music playing softly, Milo curled at my feet, apartment locked from inside. No nightmares now, just dreams of drizzle on sidewalk, the water glistening under street lamps. No whistling. If I hear it in memory, I remind myself, I'm in a sealed house now. I have trusted neighbors. I have Milo. I have the ability to call, to alarm, to protect. I still occasionally outline the floor plans of old duplexes for curious readers, warning them, check for shared attic access. I speak at local workshops. I tell them, there was no weapon that night. Just the uncanny idea that someone was watching me, whistling a tune only they knew. And they nod, horror reflecting in their eyes. Piece by piece I rebuilt safety, not just external locks, but internal resilience. I learned fear doesn't disappear. It transforms when countered with knowledge and preparation. I learned trauma doesn't vanish. It softens when you take control of the narrative. In the aftermath of intrusion and fear, true safety is built not only through locks, cameras, or structural fixes, but through reclaiming your own agency. Sharing your experience gives others the tools to protect themselves. Awareness is power. Healing is an active process through vigilance, community, and turning fear into concrete knowledge that prevents harm. I moved to Pine Hollow in the early months of 2017, during the slow thaw of grief and burnout. My mother had passed that previous December after a long decline. Cancer, long hospital nights, the helpless waiting. After the funeral, I didn't return to my old apartment in Portland. I couldn't. Too loud. Too full of sympathy I didn't want and routines I couldn't face. So I drove west until the trees got taller and the roads narrowed, and I found myself at the end of Fairwood Lane, a cul-de-sac pressed against forest. The house I rented was modest. 2 bedrooms, a long driveway, and a shared wall with a unit the landlord assured me was empty. The property backed right into the woods, and if you opened the bathroom window, you could hear the pine branches shifting in the wind. It felt like a good place to disappear for a while. I spent my days editing manuscripts and my nights fixing up the interior, replacing dull bulbs and squeaky handles. Sometimes I'd walk the loop trail behind the neighborhood, where deer tracks crossed the dirt path. There were no kids playing outside, no block parties, just the occasional porch light and the rustling of leaves. Then one Saturday morning in late February, a moving truck backed into the driveway next door. She was the kind of person you notice not because she tries to stand out, but because something about her feels displaced. She wore jeans, boots, a flannel jacket that hung loose. Her auburn hair was tied back like she'd done it in a rush, and she looked like she'd been up all night. I brought over banana bread that evening, a clumsy nod to hospitality inherited from my mother. "Hey, welcome to Fairwood," I said, balancing the loaf on a plate. "I'm Elliot. I live next door." She hesitated, standing half in and half out of her cluttered living room. A mattress leaned against the wall and unopened boxes covered the floor. Finally, she stepped outside and smiled politely. "Rachel," she said, "just moved back after some time away." We didn't talk long. She mentioned a son, Dylan, 11, and said she'd grown up here before heading to LA. A return to roots, she called it. But she didn't seem rooted to anything. Over the next couple of weeks, I saw her more often, waving in the mornings as she walked Dylan to the school bus. Smoking on the back deck, eyes scanning the tree line. Once I helped her fix a jammed window. She brought me leftover lasagna the next day. We weren't friends, not exactly. But there was a quiet understanding between us, 2 people carrying things they didn't know how to set down. One night the power went out during a storm. A knock at my door startled me. Rachel, holding a flashlight. "Can I charge my phone?" she asked. "Yours still have power?" I let her in. We ended up talking for over 2 hours. Books, small-town oddities, and the way time stretches when you're alone. She stared out the window at the dark woods. "I don't sleep much," she said softly. "Something's out there. It's the dreams and this place." I keep thinking I told her Pine Hollow had always been a little eerie. She didn't laugh. Sometimes I wake up and swear I hear footsteps in the leaves, but when I check, there's nothing. Just quiet. And that makes it worse. I wanted to ask more, about Dylan, about her past, but I didn't. There was something guarded in her expression, like a window that only opened halfway. But things changed after that. Gradually, almost imperceptibly at first. One night I was out on my porch when I saw someone standing at her window, A tall man, backlit, motionless. I blinked, thinking maybe it was a friend. The next day I asked her. "No," she said quickly. "No one's been over. I don't let people visit." I believed her. The following week, her blinds stayed closed. I didn't see her on the porch. I didn't hear Dylan. I knocked once, no answer. Called, left a note, nothing. Then came March 6th. I saw her at 5:45 p.m., barefoot, standing behind her screen door, eyes like hollow moons. "You okay?" I called out, walking up her porch steps. She didn't answer at first. Then she whispered, "He's back. He knows where I live now." Before I could ask anything else, she shut the door. That night I couldn't sleep. I heard crying through the wall, then whispering, then stillness. At 2:13 a.m. someone knocked on my door, fast, frantic. I jolted awake, ran to open it. No one, just wet footprints on the porch, bare feet, leading from her door to mine. I called the sheriff the next morning. They searched her place. I followed them inside, heart in my throat. It was empty, dust on the counters, blank walls, no furniture, no boxes, no signs of life. The deputy glanced around. "This place hasn't been lived in for years." I stared at him. "No, that's not right. I talked to her. We ate together. I saw her, just last night." He raised an eyebrow. "Two. Never solved." "Rachel Lynn Marin?" he asked. "She went missing back in 2013. Son, I didn't answer. I went home, opened my phone. Every message gone. Every photo I'd thought I'd taken of her garden. Empty frames, no metadata, nothing. But the banana bread plate sat clean on my counter, like it had never left. That night I sat by the shared wall listening. A floorboard creaked. A whisper passed through the drywall, and I whispered back, just once. "I remember you." Sometimes I wonder what haunts a place more, grief that clings, or memories we try to bury. Rachel had never really come back. She'd never moved in, and maybe neither had I. But I keep that plate. And when the wind moves just right through the trees outside, I swear I hear a woman humming, something low, half sung, half remembered. Maybe she's still here, or maybe we both are. Some absences are louder than presence. The past doesn't always stay buried, especially in places where silence grows roots. We can't always explain what we've seen, but we can choose to remember, to speak softly into the dark when no one else will. Because sometimes, the only thing that keeps the forgotten alive is being remembered. Long before the basement, before the camera, before the whisper, I was just a girl trying to start over. I just turned 25 when I signed the lease on the duplex at 41 Orville Hollow. A narrow 2-story unit with a slanted porch and a crooked mailbox. It was cheap, quiet, and exactly what I needed, especially after my last place fell apart in every way possible. My ex-roommate Megan had spiraled hard into drinking, and when I tried to help, it only dragged me down. That whole year had been a blur of late-night fights, panic attacks, and feeling like a guest in my own life. So I moved. I packed everything I owned into a dented Honda Civic, left Philly behind, and drove west until the skyline softened and farmland gave way to empty streets. Lancaster felt quiet in the winter, lonely in a way I could live with. The duplex was old, worn around the edges, with a smell like rain-soaked wood and mothballs. The living room had cracked plaster and one leaning bookshelf that I swore would collapse in a strong breeze. Still, it was mine. All mine. I rented the front unit, 41A. The back unit, 41B, was occupied, but I never saw the tenant. My landlord, a sweet but stiff older woman named Doris, said, "He's quiet, keeps to himself. Ideal neighbor, really." That worked for me. I didn't want noise. I wanted stillness. I wanted to hear myself think again. The first 2 nights passed quietly. I graded student sketches from my art classes, drank too much chamomile tea, and listened to old jazz records my dad left me. I thought maybe, finally, this could be peace. Then the light came on. It was late, maybe 10:30. I was curled on the couch reading through a student's assignment when a faint glow caught the edge of my vision. The door to the basement was closed, but underneath it, a line of light spilled out like a warning. I stared at it, confused. I hadn't gone down there. I hadn't even opened the door since I moved in. I stood slowly, walked over, and opened it. Sure enough, the pull chain light was on, buzzing faintly. I stepped down 2 creaky steps and turned it off. Probably faulty wiring, no big deal. I went back upstairs, brushed my teeth, and got ready for bed. But an hour later, the light was back on. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning I called Doris and asked if maybe the basement was connected to the neighbor's side. She paused, then chuckled. "No, dear. The basements are sealed off. You've got your own. He doesn't even have a key to yours." That should have made me feel better. It didn't. I tried to reason it out. Maybe I'd forgotten to turn it off. Maybe a surge flicked it back on. Maybe I was still so wired from years of anxiety that I couldn't trust myself to remember anything clearly. I didn't want to make something out of nothing, not again. But that night when I turned the light off, twice, and still found it glowing again near midnight, I knew something was wrong. By the third night, I had accepted one thing. The light wasn't the only problem. It started around 10:30, a slow, dragging sound beneath the floor. At first, I thought maybe it was pipes or the furnace kicking on, but it wasn't consistent. It moved from one side of the basement to the other, then silence, then a knock. It wasn't a bang. It was deliberate. Just one firm knock on the underside of the floorboards beneath the kitchen. It stopped me mid-step. I stood there barefoot, holding a half-washed plate in one hand, staring at the basement door like it might open by itself. I called my friend Josh. "Girl, you need to call the cops." What if it's nothing? I don't want to seem crazy." Josh paused. "Vanessa, you don't sound crazy. You sound scared. That's different." I didn't call the cops. I didn't want to report. I didn't want to be that tenant. Instead, I went to Walmart the next day and bought a $40 baby monitor with a cheap night vision camera and motion alert. That evening, I set it up downstairs, pointed it straight at the middle of the concrete floor. I left the basement light on. Maybe that would scare off whatever, or whoever, it was. By 10:38 p.m., I was brushing my teeth when my phone buzzed. Motion detected. I opened the app and stopped breathing. There was a man, standing barefoot in the middle of the basement, thin, pale, wearing a torn gray shirt and jeans. His eyes stared straight into the camera, into me. My heart slammed into my ribs. 10 seconds later, he was gone. I locked every door and called 911. The police arrived fast. 2 cruisers. They swept the house, guns drawn. One of them, Officer Ramirez, came out of the basement shaking his head. "Nothing down there, ma'am. Just dust and a crawl space behind the furnace." "There were footprints," I whispered, "on the feed." He hesitated. There were footprints, bare feet, going into the crawl space, none coming out. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak of the floorboard felt louder. Every shift in the wind felt like breath behind me. The basement door stayed shut, but the light didn't flicker anymore. It just stayed on, solid, waiting. I went back to Doris the next morning, knocked on her door instead of calling. She opened slowly, wearing a thick pink sweater and holding a cup of tea. "Vanessa," she said, voice low. "You okay? Did the last tenant ever mention anything strange in the basement?" Her face stiffened. Her hand tightened around the mug. "You didn't open the wall, did you?" she asked. "No. But the crawl space..." She looked past me like she didn't want to hear more. "The man before you," she said slowly, "claimed someone was sneaking into his unit. Said the neighbor was getting in through the walls. I thought it was paranoia. He'd lost his job during the pandemic. Wasn't well. What happened to him?" She didn't answer. "Doris?" I pressed. "Did he hurt himself?" "No, but he left in the middle of the night. Didn't even ask for his deposit. Just gone." I walked home slower than usual, eyes scanning every basement window, every vent, every loose board. When I got back, I opened the camera app again. The feed showed the same empty basement, still, dusty. But something caught my eye in the corner. Scratches. On the support beam closest to the furnace, vertical lines grouped in fives. I went down to check them myself. They were real, deep enough to catch a fingernail. I backed away slowly, took a picture, closed the door and locked it. That night the motion alert came again at 10:38. But this time, there was no one in the frame, just the support beam. And new scratches. I made a decision. I wasn't going to wait for him to come back. I was going to find out how he got in, or if he ever left. Maybe it was the panic, or maybe it was defiance, but I couldn't live in that house another night without knowing. The next morning I went to Home Depot and bought a flashlight, gloves, and a small crowbar. I waited until noon, full daylight, and went into the basement. The crawlspace door was just a warped plywood panel wedged behind the furnace. I pulled it loose with the crowbar and shined the flashlight inside. It was a tunnel, narrow, maybe 3 feet tall, dirt floor, wooden beams, and in the far end a bundle of cloth. I crawled halfway in before the smell hit me. Rot. I gagged, pulled my hoodie over my nose and kept going. The bundle was a sleeping bag. Inside it were blankets, cans of soup, a small flashlight, and a spiral notebook. I backed out fast and ran upstairs. I flipped open the notebook on my kitchen table. Every page was covered in messy handwriting, repeated lines, fragmented thoughts. He's in the walls. They don't hear him. The light keeps him away. I have to stay awake. One page was different, more legible. It said, "If you find this, don't stay after 10:38. That's when he comes. The man who isn't alive." That night was the longest of my life. I didn't turn the monitor on. I didn't check the basement. I didn't try to be brave, I just waited. Fully dressed, backpack by the door, phone charged, keys in hand, watching the clock. At 10:38, the power flickered. Just once. Enough to make the lights dim and surge. Enough to make the air feel wrong. And then a whisper. Soft, garbled, almost electronic. "It's not your basement." That was it. I left. Didn't even lock the door behind me. I drove straight to my sister's house an hour away. Told her everything. She didn't laugh. Didn't question. Just let me crash in the guest room and sleep for 16 hours straight. The next day, I filed a report. Showed the footage to another officer. He said the file was corrupted, nothing would play. But the image of that man, those eyes, was burned into my memory. I didn't go back for my things. I paid a service to collect them. I didn't talk to Doris again. Didn't ask if the next tenant had any problems. I didn't want to know. Now I live in a little town near Scranton. Still teach art, still get up early and check all the locks. I use floor lamps instead of ceiling lights. I don't live in places with basements. But sometimes around 10:30 at night when the wind hums against the window and the floor creaks just so, I feel it. Not fear, exactly. Something colder. Sometimes the worst thing you can do is ignore your instincts. Fear isn't always irrational. It can be a signal, a survival reflex honed over generations. Trust it. Listen to it. Because when you start to doubt your own reality, someone, or something, might be waiting to take advantage of that silence. When I first saw 9 Kellerman Street, it was mid-August. The sky was dusty with wildfire haze from the west, and the streets of Ithaca were strangely quiet. COVID had muted everything: traffic, chatter, movement. I remember thinking it felt like the world was holding its breath, which was fine by me. I needed quiet. I'd just ended a 7-year relationship that felt like bleeding from the inside out. Not loud or dramatic, just slow decay. We were 2 people who once shared everything but now didn't even share meals. By the time I moved out of our Brooklyn apartment, I was more relieved than heartbroken, but the silence that followed hit harder than I expected. My phone didn't buzz much anymore. No familiar footsteps in the kitchen. No warm voice saying, "You forgot your keys again." So I rented 3B, a sun-warmed third-floor walk-up in an old brick building that creaked when the wind blew too hard. It had charm. Slanted ceilings, chipped tile in the bathroom, and a clawfoot tub that filled too slowly. But it was mine, a space no one had ever yelled in. A place where I could sit on the fire escape and not hear someone criticize how I made my coffee. The landlord, Eric, was an older guy who managed everything from out of state. I'd never met him in person. Our lease was done via DocuSign, our conversations through text. The building was mostly empty. Students hadn't returned in full numbers yet, and some neighbors were stuck out of town. But Unit 2B wasn't empty. Caleb lived there. He introduced himself on my second day, soft-spoken, flannel shirt, carrying a bucket of tools. "Need a hand with that shelf?" he asked, gesturing toward the IKEA box on the stairs. I said yes, mostly because I was tired and he had kind eyes. We built the shelf in 15 minutes. He laughed when I said I couldn't work a power drill to save my life. "I've lived here longer than anyone," he said. "This place has its quirks. Pipes talk at night. Radiator groans like a haunted ship, but you get used to it." He seemed harmless. Kind, even. When a storm hit later that week, he knocked on my door with a flashlight and a spare candle. "Sometimes the power flickers," he said. "Just thought you should have a backup." I remember smiling, grateful. Back then, I didn't think twice about letting him in. By September, Caleb and I had developed a routine. We'd chat in the hallway on Sunday evenings. He'd pass along leftovers, soups, chili, one-time banana bread. I didn't ask too many questions. He lived alone, worked odd hours, and seemed to keep to himself. We were never romantic, but I let my guard down with him. After a year of emotional starvation, any attention felt like warmth. Then things began to feel different. It started with a note. "You shouldn't leave your window unlocked. Not safe around here." Typed. No signature. Left under my front door. It caught me off guard. I had left the window open the night before. And I live on the 3rd floor. Who else would know? I texted Caleb. "Was that from you?" He replied within seconds. "What?" The note. "Nope, but it's good advice." I wanted to believe him. Then I found boot prints in the hallway. Faint, muddy. I convinced myself I had tracked them in, even though I'd worn sandals that day. Then came the humming. Every night at exactly 12:12 a.m., I'd hear a low, rhythmic tune. Always the same melody, soft, like someone humming under their breath. It wasn't from above. I was the top floor. It felt like it came from within the walls. I texted Caleb again. "Hey, do the pipes hum or something?" He replied instantly, "Nope. That's your space up there. Whatever you hear, it's yours now." That line made me pause. What did that mean? It's yours now. A few days later, I stepped out of the shower and froze. My toothbrush was damp. I hadn't used it that day. I stood there dripping on the floor mat, staring at the sink like it had betrayed me. I started locking everything. The bathroom door, bedroom door, double-checking the deadbolt. I even wedged a chair under the knob at night, the way you see in thrillers. I stopped answering Caleb's knocks, stopped texting back. He left a Tupperware container outside my door. I never brought it in. Then I found the note, taped to the inside of my bedroom mirror. "You used to be friendlier." I stared at the handwriting. Not typed this time. Tight, deliberate penmanship, block letters. The tape was clear. The mirror hadn't been cracked. No forced entry. I called the landlord. "Eric, I'm really sorry to ask this out of the blue, but who lives in 2B? He paused. "What do you mean?" "The guy below me. Caleb. He helped me move in." He was quiet for a moment. "Leah, That unit's been empty since April. The last tenant moved to assisted living. What? I haven't rented it out yet, it's still vacant. I could feel my pulse in my throat. Are you sure? He said he's lived here for years. I don't know who that is. I've never had a Caleb listed. I left the next morning. No dramatic scene, no confrontation. I packed a duffel bag, grabbed my laptop, my wallet, and the notebooks I couldn't leave behind. I left the rest. Clothes, dishes, books, everything. I drove to Albany in silence. My sister didn't ask many questions. She just hugged me and made up the guest bed. That night, I finally slept. Not well, but at least uninterrupted. 3 days later, I got mail. No return address, no postage. Just a plain envelope slipped into my sister's mailbox. Inside was a handwritten note, shaky and smeared at the edges. You'll miss having someone watching out for you. No one else knows you like I do. You left the upstairs unlocked. That was the last time I heard from him. I called the landlord one more time, told him to change the locks, board up the windows, tear the place down if he wanted. I didn't care. I never went back. I still think about it sometimes. The way I let someone in without ever really asking who they were. How I let kindness blind me to what felt off. How loneliness made me easy to find. I'd like to believe Caleb was just a drifter, a squatter who knew how to slip between leases and hide in quiet places. But the truth is, I still don't know who or what he was. A neighbor, a watcher, something else entirely. There was never a Caleb listed on the lease, no record of him in the building registry. But someone lived below me. Someone cooked chili, hummed lullabies, and watched me brush my teeth through the crack in the door. And somehow, he got in. Now, wherever I live, I check behind the mirrors. I change the locks the first night. I keep windows shut tight no matter how hot it gets. I double-check basements and crawl spaces. I always ask the landlord, not just who lived there last, but who might still be there. Because kindness without boundaries isn't kindness, it's an invitation. And sometimes the scariest monsters are the ones that know exactly when you need to feel seen. Not everyone who offers comfort has good intentions. Learn the difference between kindness and control. Pay attention to the small things. They're rarely small. It's funny how quiet you can make your life when you really want to disappear. After the custody hearing, I didn't want a fresh start. I wanted less. Less people, less noise, less of everything. So I took a short-term rental on the edge of town in Flagstaff, Arizona, at the tail end of West Ridge Road, where the asphalt turns to gravel and the houses get fewer, farther between. The house wasn't much. One story, stucco siding faded from years of sun, but the backyard opened into the edge of Coconino National Forest, and that meant no neighbors behind me. At least I thought that at the time. I worked remote IT for a logistics company. Nothing glamorous, but it paid the bills and gave me just enough flexibility to keep hoping my daughter Nora would come visit, even if the court order said otherwise. I kept her room ready anyway. Soft sheets, star decals on the ceiling, her favorite book still on the nightstand. A week after moving in, I met the neighbor behind me. I'd just come home from a grocery run, bags sagging in my arms, when I noticed a man standing at the shared fence. Late 30s, maybe early 40s, beard trimmed close, red flannel shirt, kind of guy you'd see working a weekend farmer's market. "Evening," he called out. "Dog okay with strangers?" I looked up. "Don't have a dog." He tilted his head, like I'd said something strange. "Huh. Guess I've been hearing yours bark every night." I laughed politely. "Definitely not mine." He just nodded and introduced himself as Warren. Said he'd lived in the house behind me for 5 years. "Mostly keep to myself," he added. "Don't worry, I'm not one of those nosy types." Except that he was. He showed up again the next afternoon, just there in my yard, standing by the lemon tree. I didn't even know I had a lemon tree until he plucked one off it. "You weren't gonna eat this, right?" he asked, grinning. I stared at him. Would have been nice to ask. He chuckled like we were sharing a joke, then walked off without another word. I should have said something stronger. I should have shut it down. But I didn't want trouble. Not with a custody case still fresh. Not with any reason for my ex to say I was unstable. Over the next few days, I caught him near my driveway. Once he stood there with his hands in his pockets, saying he'd seen a stranger near my window the night before. Said he'd kept watch. I thanked him cautiously, then checked my cameras that night. No strangers, just Warren. At 1:12 a.m., walking slow loops around my porch, pausing, looking in. I started locking both deadbolts every night after that. I told myself it was nothing, just a weird guy with poor boundaries. Arizona's full of them. But then the scratching started, every night around 2 a.m., sharp, desperate, like claws on wood. I'd get up and check, but there was never anything there. No dog, no raccoon, no prints in the dirt, just the sound, and sometimes the motion light flickering on. I checked the cameras again. Nothing. Not even Warren this time, just nothing. The kind of nothing that starts to make you wonder if maybe you're not sleeping as soundly as you think. On November 9th, a Saturday, Warren showed up soaked to the bone. I was out in the backyard checking on a loose fence post. No rain, not even clouds. Just him, shirt clinging to his back like he'd been dipped in a lake. "Sorry," he panted. "My dog jumped the fence again. Big one, tan coat, you seen him?" I stared at him. "Still don't have a dog," I said. "Never seen one back here." "You sure?" he asked. Same calm voice, but there was a weird tightness around his eyes. "He really likes your yard." I walked away, closed the back door, and that night, the scratching didn't come from the door. It came from beneath my bedroom window. Around 2:30 a.m., loud, slow, dragging sounds. I stood frozen in the hallway holding the baseball bat I kept in the closet. No cameras in that spot. Just wood siding and desert wind. I waited for morning. When the sun came up, I found 5 long gouges carved into the frame beneath my bedroom window. Not animal scratches. Too wide. Spaced like fingers. I called the sheriff's department. A deputy named Salinas came out. Polite, bored, took a report, asked some routine questions. When I mentioned Warren, something shifted in his tone. "You said your neighbor's name is Warren?" "Yeah, flannel shirt, little older than me, lives behind me." The deputy gave a slow nod. "That property's been empty since 2017. I blinked. "No, he's there, I've seen him. Previous tenant vanished, left his dog chained up out back. Tan mutt, big. We found him dead, starved." He adjusted his belt. Figured the guy skipped town. But if someone's back there now? He let the sentence trail off. I packed 2 days later, paid the last week in cash and left without forwarding my mail. Whatever was going on with Warren, or whoever he really was, I didn't need to be around to figure it out. 3 weeks passed. Then came the note. I found it tucked in with my forwarded mail. No return address. Just my name in careful block letters and a single sheet of paper inside. "You should have let him in, he still scratches, now you're the one who vanished." No signature, no explanation. Just those words, handwritten in blue ink. I called the landlord. He said no one named Warren had ever rented that house. The last listed tenant, Daniel Hobbs, had broken his lease after police found the dog. The house stayed empty due to some sort of zoning issue. The backyard fence was never repaired. I checked the local paper. There'd been a missing persons report. Daniel Hobbs, last seen November 12, 2017. The article mentioned mental health concerns and an unresolved custody battle. I looked again at the note. It wasn't just a threat. It was a message from someone like me. Someone whose grief had chewed a hole in his reality. And maybe, just maybe, something slipped through that hole and stayed. I moved back in with my sister for a while. I needed sleep. I needed to feel real again. But even there, the dreams followed. Dreams of scratching at the door. Dreams of footsteps around my bed. Dreams of waking up and seeing Warren standing by the window, just watching. I started seeing a therapist. I told him what I remembered, what I'd seen. I left out the supernatural parts, said I had a stalker. He nodded like it made sense. He told me trauma plays tricks, that loneliness becomes a lens. But the scratches were real. I still had the photos, and sometimes late at night when the desert wind kicks just right, I swear I can hear it again. A slow, dragging scrape on wood. Not like claws, like fingers. I drove back once. 6 months later, I told myself it was for closure, but really I just wanted to see if the house still stood. The rental sign was gone, the yard overgrown. No sign of anyone, except the back fence. There, carved into the wood in bold, deep slashes, were 5 lines. Same width, same spacing, fresh. A neighbor I didn't recognize came out to smoke. I asked if anyone had moved into the house behind the fence. Hasn't been a tenant in years, he said, but sometimes, late at night, I hear barking. From the house? No. He pointed behind the rental. From your old yard. When grief isolates us, we don't always recognize what we invite in to keep us company. Pain distorts reality, and in the silence we seek, we might find something far darker waiting. Never ignore the signs, trust your instincts, and when someone or something keeps scratching at the door, don't let it in. Long before I ever saw Harold's face, I came to Asheville looking for quiet. Not silence, just quiet. After I lost my job, I floated for a while. I was working in publishing in Charlotte. Nothing glamorous, mostly educational materials and the occasional cookbook, but it was stable. Then came the layoffs, then my apartment lease ended, and then came the long stretch of what now? The worst of it wasn't the job loss. It was my mom. She passed in December. Brain tumor. It took her fast, but not fast enough to spare either of us the grief. 1 month we were laughing over Thanksgiving leftovers, and the next, I was holding her hand in a hospice room, pretending everything would be okay when we both knew it wasn't. I stopped writing after that, stopped doing most things. I coasted through winter, half asleep. By summer, I had sold most of what I owned, packed the rest in my car, and moved 2 hours west to a town with fewer memories. I found a modest place called Cedar Crest Apartments in Asheville. My new landlord told me it was mostly quiet. Some college kids on the first floor, retirees up top. I picked Unit 8C for the balcony, 3rd floor. It faced a stretch of trees and a small ridge behind the complex. I liked the idea of drinking tea out there in the morning, maybe journaling again, letting my cat, Juniper, watch the birds from a safe distance. The first 3 days were calm, unpacking, late-night frozen dinners, dust settling into corners. Juniper adjusted fast. Cats always do. I tried not to think about what came next. I was just glad to be out of Charlotte. Then came the wave from across the balcony. He was watering succulents on his side of the railing. Slim, maybe mid-50s, wore one of those faded flannel shirts that looked both comfortable and calculated. "You just move in?" he asked. "Yeah, Tuesday." "Welcome to the 3rd floor," he said with a smile. "I'm Harold, Unit 8D. Quiet, but not lonely if you don't want it to be." I nodded. "Thanks." The exchange was harmless, polite. I went back inside and forgot about it until the next morning when I found a note on my doormat. "Let me know if you need a hammer or a wine opener. I've got both. Harold." The note was handwritten, neat block letters. Something about it made me smile. It reminded me of a neighbor from my childhood who used to drop off candy canes at Christmas. I texted the number he left. "Thanks. Appreciate it. Still unpacking, but settling in." He responded within minutes. "You have the calmest cat I've ever seen. She watches everything like she's judging us all." That made me laugh. It felt normal, human. I didn't have many of those interactions lately. Over the next week, Harold proved to be helpful in small, neighborly ways. He told me where to get the best bagels in town, warned me about a local laundromat that ate quarters, Even left a small loaf of cornbread by my door with a sticky note. Warm it up, add butter. Trust me. I didn't eat it, but I appreciated the gesture. Then one morning I opened my front door and found him sitting on the top step with a thermos in his hand. "You should walk more," he said without looking at me. "Anything on TV?" "Sunrise on the Ridge Trail is better than I'll try," I replied. He glanced at me. "You don't sleep much." I stiffened. "Yeah, been a rough year." He nodded like he understood. "Rough years need witnesses." It was a strange thing to say, but something about it felt poetic, even comforting. Maybe it was just the kind of line a person throws out when they want to be remembered. At the time, I didn't realize he already knew too much. The first time I felt it, that shift from neighborly to off, was when the basil plant showed up. I'd just gotten back from a miserable interview and was kicking off my shoes when I noticed it sitting on the small bistro table on my balcony. A healthy little pot of basil. I hadn't bought it. At first I thought maybe the landlord had left it. Some welcome gift they forgot to mention. But there was no note. That evening, Harold texted me. "Saw you looked tired yesterday. Thought something green might help." I didn't reply. There was no malice in it, not on the surface. But the feeling in my gut shifted. He hadn't asked to leave it, and it wasn't left at the door. It was on the balcony where only I had access. The next morning I found him standing outside my sliding glass door. Not knocking, just there. At 6 a.m. When I pulled back the curtain, he startled me so badly I dropped my mug. "Sorry," he said calmly, not moving. Thought I heard Juniper crying. "She was probably hungry. She does that," I said through the glass. He nodded. Still, sounded more upset than usual. I locked the sliding door after that. I started keeping all the blinds closed, but it didn't stop. Over the next week I noticed little things. My tea box seemed lighter, like someone had been in it. The bathroom light would be on when I swore I'd turned it off. I found my laundry slightly rearranged in the basket. At first I chalked it up to stress, maybe even sleepwalking. Then he started referencing things I never told him. "You know, I used to love Billie Holiday too. My mom would hum 'I'll Be Seeing You' when she cooked," and he said one night. I froze. That was my mom's favorite. He smiled, watering his plants. "Grief hides in the kitchen sometimes. I don't remember telling you that." He tilted his head. "Maybe not in words." That night I found a framed photo of me and my mom, one I hadn't touched in days, flipped face down on my dresser. The glass was cracked. I hadn't dropped it. No way. I started sleeping with the lights on. The next morning I confronted him. "Harold, have you ever been in my apartment?" He didn't flinch. "I think about it sometimes," he said softly. "But no, you'd know if I did." I wanted to believe him. I really did. But when I found my cat food moved to a different cabinet, one I never use, I realized something wasn't right. That was the beginning of the unraveling. By early September, I'd begun documenting things, dates, times, odd occurrences. It wasn't paranoia, it was pattern. I'd wake up with the distinct feeling something had been moved. A door that creaked a little wider, a drawer not quite shut. Juniper, who once slept like a rock, now hissed at shadows near the windows. One night I found a small sticky note on the inside of my balcony door. I hadn't opened that door in days. The note said, "You keep asking if I've been in, but I've always been here. You're the one who disappears." I stood frozen for a full minute, the air suddenly thick. I didn't move until Juniper rubbed against my leg and meowed. The next morning, I called the building manager. "I have some concerns about my neighbor," I said carefully. "Which unit?" 8D. She sighed. "Harold, you've gotten complaints before?" "Not exactly, just one woman. She lived in your apartment before you. Moved out pretty suddenly last fall. Never said why." "Was it because of Harold?" There was a long pause. "She didn't say. Just asked to be released from her lease early. Paid the penalty. Moved out within 48 hours. Left behind her coffee table and 2 shelves. Seemed like she was in a rush. I didn't sleep that night. The next day I checked all my locks again. I even pushed furniture in front of the door like I was preparing for a storm. I tried to tell myself I was being ridiculous. Harold was strange, sure, but he hadn't actually done anything. Then Juniper disappeared. It was early evening. I'd just gotten back from the grocery store. I opened the door and she didn't come to greet me like usual. I called her. Nothing. I searched the apartment for 3 hours. Every room, every cabinet, behind the fridge, under the sink. I checked the front door. It was still locked from the inside. No sign she'd gotten out. Panic set in. Around 2:15 a.m., I heard soft scratching at the sliding glass door. When I pulled the curtain aside, Juniper was sitting on the balcony railing, staring across the way. I opened the door slowly. She didn't move. She just kept looking. Not at me, but directly into Harold's window. He was standing there, barely visible, unmoving, just inside the glass. "I think she wanted to visit," he said, his voice muffled but audible. I didn't say a word. I scooped Juniper into my arms and shut the door. That was it for me. I packed the next day. Everything I could fit in the car. Clothes, Juniper's carrier, my laptop, 2 photo albums. I left the furniture, left the dishes, the cornbread in the freezer, the cursed basil plant. I left the keys on the kitchen counter and walked out. No goodbye, no explanation. The landlord called once about rent. I didn't answer. I paid the remaining balance online and never looked back. I drove to Nashville in a single stretch, radio off the entire way. Now I live on the 2nd floor of a newer building. No balconies, no shared stairwells. I picked a place with indoor hallways and a front desk. Somewhere safe. Somewhere anonymous. I don't keep plants anymore. Juniper adjusted quickly. She's back to sleeping at the foot of my bed. Back to her usual judgmental stare. But sometimes, late at night, I'll wake to her hissing at the window, her ears flat, her eyes locked on something I can't see. And sometimes, I hear it too. A faint whistle, a melody I can't place, except I can. It's what Harold used to hum when watering his plants. I didn't tell anyone the whole story for months, not until a new friend asked why I left Asheville so suddenly. I gave a watered-down version at first. Bad energy, creepy neighbor, too much grief in that apartment. But I think the truth matters. Harold never broke in. He never laid a hand on me. That's what makes it so slippery, so hard to explain. But he was inside, in ways that mattered. Through a cracked door, an unlocked balcony, through quiet observations that became control. He knew things he shouldn't have known. Details I never shared. Grief makes you vulnerable. Loneliness, even more so. And Harold, he watched for that. He waited. Sometimes danger doesn't come with shouting or slamming doors. Sometimes it comes with cornbread, a warm smile, and a potted basil plant. And you don't realize what's happening until your world feels smaller, tighter, like the walls are breathing with someone else's rhythm. When I think back now, I realize how quickly my space stopped feeling like mine. How easily small kindnesses became surveillance. How quickly helpful became controlling. That's the kind of harm people don't always believe. But I do. I lived it. The body often senses what the mind tries to rationalize. If something feels wrong, even if it isn't overt, listen. You don't need to justify your boundaries to anyone. Safety isn't always about locked doors. It's about protecting your sense of peace, your autonomy, yourself. Some people don't need to break in. They wait for you to let them in bit by bit until your home no longer feels like yours. Leave, even if you can't explain it to others. Even if they don't believe you. You don't need permission to feel unsafe. They said healing would look like a step forward, that it would feel like a fresh breath, that I'd wake up one day and know it was time to come back to life. But healing isn't that clean. It looks like sitting in a quiet apartment on a second-hand couch surrounded by unopened boxes, pretending the silence is peace and not just the absence of someone's laugh you'll never hear again. That's how it was when I moved into Unit 14B at Mapleview Apartments. It was a basic one-bedroom, small kitchen, beige carpet that carried the scent of someone else's air freshener. But it was cheap, near campus, and the landlord said the building was older but solid. I was trying to finish the graphic design program I'd abandoned the semester after my brother Caleb died. I picked 14B because it only had one neighbor, 14A. I liked the idea of fewer people, less chance of awkward elevator rides or being seen coming home teary-eyed after therapy. I didn't meet the neighbor right away, I only heard him. It started with faint jazz drifting through the wall late at night. Like old records, the kind that crackle between the horns. I didn't mind it. I'd lie in bed and let the music wrap around me easier than silence. Eventually I'd hear coughing, soft, like someone trying not to disturb. Sometimes a shuffle of feet. Then one night a soft knock came from the wall behind my bed. Not loud, just 2 taps. "Hey, you okay over there?" I sat up, startled. I didn't respond at first. Then the voice came again, warm, a little amused. "This building echoes, huh?" I cleared my throat. "Yeah, sorry, just couldn't sleep." Me neither. That was it. The first real human interaction I'd had in weeks that didn't feel forced. His voice made the apartment feel less hollow. The next night, I said hi first. We started talking. Through the wall. His name was Elliot. Lived in 14A for a while. Said he used to be an architect, used to design cozy cabins up north. His voice was low, tired but calm, gentle. He asked about school and I told him I'd dropped out for a bit. Told him about Caleb, about how I couldn't draw for months after the funeral. He didn't fill the silence with pity, just said how to remember things. Loss does that. I used to draw too. Only way I knew, I remember crying a little after that. Quietly. He didn't comment on it, just played a slow Coltrane track through the wall the rest of the night. A few weeks in, Elliot slipped a note under my door. It was a pencil sketch of my window, annotated with insulation tips. "You'll save money on heating if you layer plastic behind the curtain," it read. "Better sleep too." I smiled. Drew a little thank you cartoon on the back and slid it under his door. This became our thing. Notes, sketches, messages on scraps of notebook paper. I started drawing again. Small stuff at first. Leaves, buildings, the view from the kitchen window. Then one night I heard the voice again. "You're good," Elliot said, to feel. Your lines have rhythm. Like someone who's trying to remember how that one stuck with me. The next morning I found my fridge magnets rearranged. I didn't think much of it until I looked closer. They spelled something. "You should leave." I laughed, nervously, probably a dream. Maybe I sleepwalked. Maybe I'd done it to myself during a bad night and forgotten. But then came the dreams. One in particular. Elliot's voice at my bedroom door, whispering my name, over and over. I woke up sweating. The wall was quiet. That day, I found a note on the floor. It wasn't one I remembered dropping or receiving. It said, "Sometimes I forget which side I'm on." It was around mid-March when the noises changed. I heard the usual music, the cough, the quiet tap against the wall. But then one night, I heard something in the apartment, not beside it. Footsteps in the kitchen. I held my breath, grabbed my phone, sat upright with the cover still over me. I didn't move for 10 minutes. Then I got up and checked. Door was locked, windows locked, nothing taken. But on the tile floor were muddy footprints, faint, but definitely there. I snapped a picture. The next morning I texted the landlord. She assured me only I had access. The locks were changed at move-in. I asked her if anyone might have a spare key. "No. And you're the only tenant on that side of the building now. Unit A's been vacant for a while." I stared at that message for a long time. That evening I tapped the wall. "Elliot?" No answer. "Hey, I know this is weird, but has anyone ever gotten into your place before? Anyone messed with your stuff? Silence. Then, Jordan, I haven't lived here in a long time. I froze. My stomach dropped. What do you mean? But the wall stayed quiet. I didn't sleep that night. I called the property manager the next morning, told her I needed clarity. She looked up the records. There's no Elliot listed on your floor, she said, confused. You said Unit A? Yeah. That's been vacant since 2019. She stopped. I waited. Why? After the tenant passed, alone, natural causes, he left journals, letters, most of them addressed to someone named Jordan. I couldn't breathe. I went next door, knocked, no answer. I pulled a thin toolkit from under my sink and picked the lock. I'd learned how during a class project, oddly enough. The door opened easily. The air was still. Dust covered the floor. No furniture. But in the center of the room was a stained mattress. The wall facing mine was covered in deep, chaotic scratches. On the floor near the wall, a pile of sketches. My sketches. Drawings I'd made over the last few weeks. But older, copied, slightly distorted, like someone had memorized them from the other side of the drywall. I backed out of the unit, locked the door, and didn't step back in. I moved out within a month. The landlord didn't fight me on breaking the lease. Maybe she'd heard something too. Maybe she saw the look in my eyes when I handed over the keys. My next apartment was newer, brighter, more modern. But I stopped talking to neighbors. I stopped drawing anything I hadn't already dreamed about first, and I still don't sleep facing the wall. Sometimes I wake up in the early hours, heart racing, and think I hear a voice through the sheetrock. A low hum, a familiar cough. Just once, last month, I thought I saw the fridge magnets move on their own, but I didn't check. I just pulled a chair up against the wall and waited for morning. Loneliness will make you reach out. And in the dark, something will reach back. Not every connection is meant to heal you. Some just want to keep you close. Listen closely to what the silence says. And if a voice starts whispering through the walls, ask yourself, is it coming from grief or something that feeds on it? I didn't leave Portland because I wanted to. I left because staying meant slowly disintegrating inside four walls that used to hold a life. After Claire died, the apartment didn't feel like home anymore. It felt like a holding cell, one with familiar shadows, her lingering perfume on scarves, her toothbrush still in the cup because I couldn't bring myself to toss it. I used to be a writer. Mid-list novels. Nothing flashy, but enough to scrape by and earn me a loyal, if modest, readership. But grief shut everything down. I stared at blank pages for months. My publisher stopped asking about the next manuscript, and friends gave me space, the kind they think is kind but feels like vanishing. In March, my therapist suggested leaving town. Grief needs air, she said, not confinement. She handed me a printed listing for a rental deep in rural Oregon, Pine Hollow, a little green house at the end of a nearly forgotten road. Cheap, remote, and available through June. I booked it for 6 months. When I arrived at 49B Cypress Road, the trees were tall and thick, like watchful sentinels, leaning just enough to feel present. The house sat 100 feet off the gravel road, its paint faded but intact. The air smelled like pine needles and damp earth. It was beautiful in the way loneliness can be. Wide, untouched, and still. My landlord, Ramona, had left the key in a lockbox beside the door. No in-person greeting. Just a sealed envelope with rules. One stood out. Leave the fireplace flue open, even when not in use. Odd, but I didn't think much of it. The first few nights were uneventful. I unpacked slowly, read some old paperbacks, let silence fill the space where Claire's voice used to be. No cell service, spotty Wi-Fi. And I thought, maybe this was what healing looked like. Quiet, slow, detached. Until I met the neighbor. It was around day 3. I was on a ladder, clearing leaves from the gutter when I saw a figure at the edge of the trees. He didn't approach at first, just stood there like he'd been carved from the woods themselves. Eventually, he stepped into the clearing. "You're the writer," he said flatly. Not a question. "Yeah, just trying to get out of the city for a while." He wore a beige cardigan and pants that looked like they belonged to a different decade. His hair was neatly parted, his face calm, expression unreadable. "I'm Kenneth. Next door. 47. He pointed vaguely into the woods where I could barely make out a sloped roof through the trees. "This road used to have 6 houses," he said. "Now it's just us." "Quiet out here," I said, trying to sound polite. "There's a rhythm to it," he replied. "Some people mistake it for loneliness." We stood in that strange silence for another moment. "If you get cold," he said, "my wife used to keep extra firewood. I can bring some over." "That's kind of you," I said, "but I've got enough for now." He stared for just a second longer than necessary. She wouldn't want the house next door to freeze. That night I found a thermos of black coffee on my porch. A folded note sat beneath it. "For your early mornings, KW." I didn't hear him drop it off. I started waking up earlier than usual. The house had that sort of stillness that seeped under your skin. At 5 a.m., the fog outside looked like it was alive, moving slow and heavy through the trees, pressing itself up to the windows. I found myself drinking that porch coffee even though I didn't remember craving it. Kenneth came around more often. He never knocked, just appeared, at the edge of the trees or at the end of the gravel path, hands in his pockets. Sometimes he spoke, sometimes he just stood there watching the house like it was telling him something. One Sunday I decided to return the gesture. I baked banana bread, wrapped it in foil and walked the short trail to 47. His mailbox leaned sideways on a cracked post. The gravel path bent around 2 towering firs, revealing a home nearly swallowed by forest. Curtains drawn, no movement. When I knocked, I heard the latch turn slowly. Kenneth opened the door in that same beige cardigan. Behind him, the interior was dim. No lamps on. Just shadows in the faint outline of a hallway lined with picture frames, all facing away. "Thought I'd return the favor," I said. "Banana bread." He took it with both hands. "Thank you. My wife used to make it." "Do you live alone now?" "She passed," he said, voice steady. "But her routines never left." He paused. "You can come in if you'd like." Something in me, instinct maybe, told me not to. "Maybe another time," I replied. As I walked away, I could feel his eyes on my back. When I reached my own porch, I turned to glance behind me. He was still standing in the doorway, watching. The oddities began to stack up. First was the bird, a dead robin placed carefully on my porch one morning. Its wings were extended as if it had been arranged. No blood, no signs of trauma, just stillness. Then the power went out. No storm, no outage reports. The wiring in the area, Kenneth said later, was old and restless. His exact words. By mid-May, I couldn't ignore it anymore. There was something off about the house. It didn't creak like normal houses. It sighed. It pulsed. Sometimes the windows fogged from the outside. Sometimes I'd walk into a room and swear it had gotten smaller. And then came the carvings. I was walking the forest edge when I found a trail of small wooden figures, lined neatly on a fallen log. A woman sitting with her hands folded, a man writing at a desk. A third, unmistakably, was me. Same build, same messy hair, even the puffy coat I wore. I didn't touch them. But that night I dreamed of being watched. And when I woke up, the house felt heavier. After the figurines, I kept my curtains closed. Something about being seen without knowing it had started to gnaw at me. The forest didn't feel neutral anymore. It felt like it knew me. Like the house wasn't isolated, but observed. Like I was being measured, like grief was being cataloged. I tried to focus on normal routines. Wake up, coffee, a walk, journal entries, no fiction. Not yet. But sometimes I scribbled lines like, "This place doesn't want healing. It wants company. One night in late May, I stayed up late watching an old movie on my laptop. Around 2:20 in the morning, just as I was thinking about heading to bed, there was a single knock at the front door. Just once. Sharp. Not frantic, not hesitant, like someone knocking because they had a reason. I froze. No footsteps. No second knock. I waited a full minute before standing up and walking to the door. I opened it slowly. No one was there. But beneath the doormat something was tucked. A slip of paper, yellowed and thin. The house hates silence. You should write something again. I stood there for a long time, barefoot in the cold, eyes sweeping the dark yard, waiting for a movement I wouldn't be able to explain. Nothing came. But the note knew things. I hadn't written since Claire passed, not one word of fiction, and I had told no one that. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the edge of the bed, light on, waiting for morning. At dawn, I took Juniper, my old travel typewriter, and stuffed it in a box. Then I walked through the house and unplugged everything. It didn't feel like protection. It felt like buying time. Around noon, I walked over to Kenneth's. He opened the door almost instantly. "Have you been leaving things at my place?" I asked, trying to sound calm but firm. He didn't deny it. "Sometimes people need nudging," he said. "That note last night. How did you know I haven't been writing?" He looked me dead in the eye. "Because that house only whispers to the silent, the ones who don't make noise anymore. My wife, she believed homes carry memory. That pain lingers. You think you came here by accident? What does that mean?" He stepped outside, onto the porch, a little closer than I wanted him to be. "Pain finds its match," he said. "People. The house draws grief. It listens. It watches. It likes broken." I backed away. "I'm not broken," I said. He didn't argue. He just gave me the kind of smile you give someone when you know something they don't. I decided to leave that day, called Ramona, the landlord, and offered to pay through the end of my lease if she'd let me go early. She agreed. No questions, no concern. Just a short "sure, that's fine," over a scratchy phone line. Packing was fast. I didn't have much to begin with, just a couple of suitcases, my laptop, and a stack of Claire's old books I couldn't part with. The forest felt denser that morning, like the air itself was trying to keep me from moving. I ignored it. When I opened the trunk of my car, I heard it. A distant, rhythmic knocking. 3 beats, a pause, then again. I turned toward Kenneth's place, but the house looked still. No sign of movement, no sound from the woods. I drove away just after dawn. As I turned off Cypress Road, I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time. Kenneth stood by his mailbox. He waved, and in his other hand, held casually like a cup of coffee, was a wooden figurine. Me. But this time, I was seated at his dinner table. I've been back in Portland for a few months now. Re-entered therapy, reconnected with a couple of friends. No one really asked what happened in Pine Hollow. Most assumed I just needed space. I haven't written a single new story, not because I don't want to, but because I'm afraid of what will happen when I do. I hear things at night, small things, like tapping behind the walls. I live in a 3rd-floor apartment. I've checked, there's nothing behind those walls. And sometimes letters arrive. No return address. Handwritten. 1 sentence per envelope. "The house still remembers you." I burn them, but I know more will come. I've started dreaming of the carved version of myself, seated, smiling, staring across a long wooden table in a house I never owned. He looks peaceful, settled, as if he finally belongs. That's what scares me most, because part of me wants to go back. Grief is not just something you carry. Sometimes it carries you, to places, to people, to decisions that make no sense until it's too late. Vulnerability doesn't always scream. Sometimes it walks silently into strange homes and calls it healing. But not every quiet place is meant for recovery. Some places are hungry. Learn to recognize when a setting is reflecting your pain, not helping it. And above all, don't romanticize isolation. Because sometimes the silence isn't just yours. When I moved into Bellevue Residences in downtown Chicago, I thought I was escaping my past. The broken engagement, the awkward questions from friends and family, the dread of explaining again why I'd called it off. A 14-story building overlooking the city offered distance, from pain, from people, and maybe from myself. I'd rented Unit 14F, a modest one-bedroom with floor-to-ceiling windows facing the skyline. Inside, double locks, a secure lobby, and silence. Real silence. Something I hadn't had since my engagement fell apart. No paper-thin walls full of arguing neighbors, no smells wafting from other kitchens. Just peace. That's what I needed. I didn't meet many neighbors at first. Packages came and went. Maintenance visits were minimal, and I settled into a quiet routine. Dinner, a glass of wine, early nights on the couch with my cat, Daisy. I started a new job remotely, editing content for a tech company, and found comfort in the predictability of words and schedules. Then I met Simon in the mailroom. He lived in 14D, 2 doors down. Handsome in a reserved way, clean-shaven, neatly dressed, early 40s, calm demeanor. "You're new," he said, offering a small wave. "14F, right? Elena?" I froze, startled. "Yeah. How'd you—" "Lobby security mentions names sometimes. Not creepily, just neighborly," he replied with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. That greeting felt odd, but I nodded and made myself small. The day I hadn't known people knew my name. Big buildings change people. Over the next few days, Simon seemed everywhere I was. If I dropped something in the hallway, he'd be there before I bent down to pick it up. If a package arrived, he'd text me, "Hey, I brought your Amazon box up. Went to the wrong floor at first, sorry." Once, around 11 p.m., I accidentally burned toast. A minute later, there was a knock on my door. I smelled smoke. "Just checking you're okay," he said softly when I answered in slippers. He always said, "Just checking." That phrase began to echo in my mind. I told myself I was paranoid. Maybe I'd never encountered someone so consistently attentive. Maybe kindness was allowed, but something underneath the kindness felt hollow. Things escalated subtly. On one evening, I returned from a work dinner to find Simon standing near the corner of the building entrance. "You didn't tell me you were out," he said, as if that was his business. "I didn't say where I was," I replied. "Lucky guess which restaurant?" He shrugged. He didn't ask how I'd know. That unsettled me. A week later, I found packages I hadn't ordered. A silk robe, a scented candle, a wine opener. Each item was addressed to me. No note. No indication who sent them. The concierge said they came from someone in the building. I confronted Simon quietly in the hallway. "Did you send those?" The robe was size small. He looked genuinely puzzled. "I thought maybe you had a secret admirer," he said. "Not me. Promise." But how could he know the size? That robe was identical to one I had thrown away only weeks earlier. No one else could have known. One night, he knocked unexpectedly, holding soup in a Tupperware container. "You mentioned last week you weren't feeling great. I made chicken and rice." His voice was soft. "No expectations, just thought you might appreciate it." I accepted it out of politeness, but that night I locked both bolts and placed a chair under the doorknob. I slept with the lights on. By now I'd sensed something wrong. This stalker-like neighbor who always seemed too available, too informed, too involved. A week later, my internet stopped working. At first I thought it was the router. I unplugged it, restarted it. Nothing. No outages were reported. Every other device worked. I checked the hallway, lights on. I texted Simon, half out of habit, half because I was frustrated. "Hey, is your Wi-Fi working? Mine just cut out." He responded within minutes. "Mine's fine. You can use mine if you want. I think I still have your device saved." My stomach dropped. I'd never connected to his Wi-Fi, never shared my password. I hadn't even told him the name of my network, and yet here he was, suggesting he'd saved my device. I didn't respond. The next morning, I visited the front desk and asked the building manager if there were security cameras in the hallways. She offered a distracted smile. "There used to be, but not since the remodel last year," she said, checking something off a clipboard. "Why? Something happened?" I shook my head, just wondering. I spent that night in bed scrolling through articles on privacy, Wi-Fi spoofing, router cloning. I didn't understand half of it, but the pattern was clear. Someone with enough knowledge could easily monitor traffic, devices, even copy network names. I hadn't secured mine. I hadn't changed the factory password. It was like leaving my front door wide open. Later that night, I noticed a shadow move across the tiny gap between my blinds. I turned off all the lights and waited. Nothing. Silence. But I couldn't sleep. The next day, I reached out to my brother in California. It was the first time I told someone everything. "Why didn't you call sooner?" he asked, voice low but tight. "This guy's not being helpful. He's testing how far he can push it. Elena, you need to get out of there." "But I don't have proof. I can't accuse." "You don't need proof to protect yourself. If you're scared, trust that." I put in a 1-week notice to break the lease. It cost me a month's rent, but I didn't care. My sanity wasn't for sale. That night, Simon knocked. I didn't answer. He knocked again, soft and persistent. Then came the note, slipped under the door in silence. "It's strange. I thought we were becoming good neighbors. I kept everything gentle, respectful. But now you're running?" No signature. Just those words in small, clean handwriting. The exact same script that had been on the card attached to the robe. I didn't sleep the final night in 14F. I sat on the couch with a mug of tea I didn't drink, lights off, Daisy curled in my lap. I listened for movement. A creak, a knock, anything that might suggest Simon was out there. Around 3:15 a.m., I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, pausing near my door. Then a sound like someone dragging their hand lightly across the surface, fingertips across wood. I stood frozen, not breathing. The sound passed. In the morning, I packed what I could into 2 duffels, loaded my car, and handed the keys to the front desk without looking back. The new place was a shared house in Wicker Park. 3 roommates, 1 bathroom, and 0 skyline views. I told myself I didn't care. I didn't want views. I wanted presence. Footsteps I could explain. Noise I could place. My roommates were loud, unfiltered, messy. They laughed too much and didn't knock on bathroom doors. It was perfect. But the fear lingered. I changed all my passwords. I stopped using public Wi-Fi. I bought a basic firewall and learned more about router security than I ever thought I'd need to. I even got a little camera to point at my front door, just in case. A few weeks after the move, a padded envelope arrived at my new address. No return address. Inside was a flash drive. I threw it away without plugging it in. And for weeks, nothing happened. Then one night I walked home from work and noticed a man across the street. Tall, familiar posture, standing too still. Watching. He didn't follow. Just stood there. Then turned away into the dark. That was the last time I saw him. But every now and then, I think about that soup, that robe, that candle that smelled exactly like the one I once bought on a random trip with my ex. It wasn't affection. It was rehearsal. He had been rehearsing a version of my life, building it inside his own apartment, learning me gesture by gesture. The new place should have felt like a fresh start. In some ways it was. The creaks and clatter of a lived-in house replaced the sterile hush of Bellevue's high-rise hallways. One of my roommates, Maya, was a grad student who played sad indie music too loud. The other, Jackie, worked night shifts and talked in her sleep. I started leaving my bedroom door cracked open again. Slowly, I let myself feel safer. But Simon lingered, not in form, but in residue. Every unfamiliar knock made me flinch. If someone said my name before I introduced myself, my chest tightened. I re-examined every online account, Googled my name just to see what was out there. I even deleted my LinkedIn. About a month after moving, I was walking home from the train station when I saw something that stopped me cold. There, pinned to the corkboard outside a coffee shop, was a missing cat flyer. Hand-drawn, amateur-looking. The cat didn't look like Daisy, but the handwriting? It was his. Same tight loops, same way of over-dotting the lowercase e's. No phone number, no contact, just the flyer. It could have been nothing. Or it could have been a whisper. I still know where you are. That night I told my roommates everything. The robe, the router, the knock at 3:15 a.m. I expected disbelief, maybe polite sympathy. But Jackie just leaned back and said, "Yeah, I had a guy like that once." Watched me through a peephole he drilled behind my mirror. Nobody believed me until he got caught doing it to someone else. Maya just nodded. Creeps aren't always strangers. It didn't make me feel better, but it did make me feel less alone. After that, we set up boundaries as a house. Group texts if anyone was home alone. A shared calendar so no one felt ambushed by strangers coming or going. For the first time since I moved out of Bellevue, I felt like I was part of a small, sturdy tribe. I still had the robe, tucked deep in a storage bin I hadn't unpacked. I didn't know why I kept it. Maybe to remind myself it had all been real. That it wasn't just paranoia, that it had edges and fabric and weight. But some nights, I thought about burning it. One morning I woke up to find a small envelope taped to the front door of the house. No address, no postage. Inside was a single piece of paper with 3 words. I read everything. I sat down on the steps trying to catch my breath. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A weather alert. I deleted it. My body felt distant, disconnected. I didn't call the police. What would I say? That my ex-neighbor, someone who had never technically harmed me, might be following me across a city of 3 million people? Instead, I changed my phone number. I shut down every social media account that used my full name. I blocked half the city from seeing me online. I even swapped my router again. But healing wasn't about gadgets and locks. It was about the part of me that had started to believe maybe I deserved to be watched. That maybe I had asked for attention by being visible, being friendly. That was the real cost. Simon didn't just invade my space. He made me doubt my own instincts. And that's what scared me most. The truth is, I will probably never know how much he knew, or how far it went. I will never know if he was inside my apartment, or just next to it. Whether he guessed my favorite wine or found a way to read my emails. But I know the feeling of being observed, of being prepped for, of someone deciding they know you better than you know yourself. Months passed. One summer afternoon, Daisy sat in the window, watching a man walk by. For a moment, my breath caught, but it wasn't him. Still, I moved away that fall, out of Chicago completely, to a smaller city where I could start fresh under a different name at work, in a neighborhood where I wasn't the only one walking alone at night, where my windows faced other windows, and I could wave to neighbors without suspicion. Sometimes I still feel watched, but now I know how to notice. I know the signs. I know that quiet isn't always safe, and that kindness without boundaries isn't kindness at all. We are taught to be polite, to be receptive to kindness, but not all kindness is honest. Sometimes it masks control, obsession, or the hunger to possess. It's okay to say no. It's okay to trust your gut when something feels off, even if you can't explain why. You don't owe anyone access just because they offered help. Protecting your peace doesn't make you rude. It makes you safe. The morning I pulled into Redwood Terrace, it felt like I was stepping into someone else's life. Clean sidewalks, perfect hedges, houses so alike you could close your eyes and count steps between them. I liked that. Predictability. I'd spent too many years buried in chaos, a father who drank, a mother who gave up trying to fix him, a string of foster homes when things finally fell apart. I learned not to attach, not to expect people to stay. or care. I was 31 when I finally left the town where I grew up. Took a job as a remote copy editor in Colorado, packed everything I owned into my Civic, and signed a lease on Unit 9 at Redwood Terrace. It wasn't fancy, but it had white walls, a skylight, and a little fenced yard with a dying rosemary bush. It felt like mine, and I needed something to be mine for once. I didn't expect a welcome. I didn't want one. But the first day, as I was dragging a box of books inside, I heard a soft voice behind me. Banana muffins. Still warm? She held out a tray wrapped in cloth. Mid-60s, gray bob, pale pink cardigan. She had the look of someone who always remembered birthdays. "I'm Dana. I live in 8. I've been waiting for you." That threw me. "Oh?" I smiled politely. "The property manager told you someone was moving in?" She tilted her head, eyes gentle. "No. I just knew." I thanked her, told her I'd return the dish, and went inside. At first I wrote it off as quirky, small-town charm, but it didn't stop there. Dana waved to me every morning, not from the porch like a normal neighbor, from her upstairs window. I'd open my curtains and there she'd be, smiling, sometimes holding a coffee cup like she'd been waiting for me to wake up. It was always just long enough to notice, never long enough to accuse. She started finishing my sentences when we spoke. "Oh, big deadline today, huh? Bet you're doing laundry tonight. You always do Thursdays." I never told her those things. I chalked it up to coincidence. I had a routine. Maybe she noticed. People notice things when they're bored. Then came the tea invitation. I didn't want to go, but I didn't want to seem rude either. Her living room smelled like lemon oil and cinnamon. Cozy, almost staged. We sat with our cups and talked about nothing until my eyes landed on a photo above the fireplace. A girl, late 20s, brown hair pulled back, soft eyes. Something about her mouth, on the edge of a smile. "She was my daughter," Dana said. "Melissa." I froze. That's my name." She nodded, her eyes shining. I just knew. It had to mean something. "I know." When the landlord said Melissa had signed the lease, I tried to smile, but something shifted in my gut. The room felt smaller. The next morning, I found a gift bag on my porch. Inside, a soft green sweater, a delicate gold locket, and a handwritten note. It was hers. "I think you'd look beautiful in it." I stood there on my doormat, heart thudding. I didn't take it inside. I walked it straight back to her door and knocked. When she opened it, she looked so expectant. "Dana," I said quietly. "I appreciate the gesture, but I can't accept these. I'm not her." Her smile didn't falter. "You are her. You just don't remember yet." That night, my books were rearranged. The mystery novels had been moved to the bedroom. The teacups, I always kept them in the bottom cabinet, were now above the sink. I lived alone. I locked my doors. Nothing was broken, but someone had been inside. Then came the shampoo. I only use unscented brands, always have. Suddenly there was lavender in my shower, the exact kind I used to hate in high school. The toothbrush I bought last week, replaced with another, soft bristled, like I used before I switched. One morning, I unlocked my phone to check the weather. My lock screen had changed. It showed Dana and me sitting in her living room, smiling. I never took that photo. I went over again, this time angry. "Stop this," I said at her door. "You've crossed every line." She didn't look surprised, just sad. She was kind like you, and quiet. She read the same books. She walked the same way. Don't you see it? "She died, Dana." "I know," she whispered. "Car crash. Coming home from the airport. She called me when she landed. Said she'd be home by 10. She never made it." I swallowed the knot in my throat. That's not me. But she stepped forward and grabbed my wrist. "You need to come home." Her grip was stronger than I expected. Her nails dug into my skin. I yanked free and backed away, breathing hard. That night, when I came back from the store, the door was unlocked. Everything looked normal. But on my nightstand, next to my book, was a photo frame. Inside it, a picture of me, asleep in bed. I left the next morning. Didn't shower, didn't eat. Packed a duffel bag and drove straight to a friend's place in Denver. I reported it, filed a complaint. But there was no damage, no stolen property, no video footage. The police said unless I had proof of forced entry or threats, there wasn't much they could do. Dana hadn't broken any laws, just reality. A week later, I came back with 2 friends to move the rest of my things. Dana was outside, watering her plants. She waved like nothing had happened. "Melissa," she called. I didn't answer, just kept my head down. But even now, sometimes I dream of that photo. Me asleep, peaceful, unaware. And what scares me most isn't the invasion. It's that I looked comfortable, like I belonged there, like I'd stopped being me and started becoming her. Not every kindness is innocent. Some people don't want you. They want your shape, your shadow, your silence. Trust your instincts. When something feels wrong, it usually is. And the scariest thing isn't losing yourself. It's not noticing when it starts to happen. I moved into Midridge Apartments on a sweaty Thursday afternoon in late May. The kind of day where the air sticks to your back and makes cardboard boxes feel twice as heavy. Apartment 2C was the best I could get on my pay as an assistant librarian. Small, dimly lit, and stinking of stale coffee and carpet cleaner. But it was mine. After 26 years of breathing the same air as my parents, I needed out, and this was the escape I could afford. Midridge had that look, not run down, just tired. Cracked tile in the entryway, mailboxes with broken latches, neighbors who barely looked up. It didn't scare me. If anything, it felt honest. The first time I saw her, I was dragging a mattress up the stairs. She passed me without a word. Red hair tied back, earbuds in, a cigarette dangling from her fingers. She was thin, pale, looked over her shoulder twice before reaching her door. 2B. She didn't smile, didn't stop, but she nodded. That was enough to make her the most human interaction I'd had all day. I saw her again that night. She was smoking on the fire escape, 1 floor down from my bedroom window. I could hear faint humming, something soft. Her phone buzzed and she flinched like it had struck her. She answered in a low voice. No words came through clearly, just that tone, quiet, clipped, and scared. That should have been the first sign. June came in sticky and slow. The building's AC had a permanent rattle, and my fan barely worked. Most nights I stayed up late reading or watching shows on my laptop with headphones on. The thin walls were good for picking up other people's lives. A toddler crying 2 floors up, someone sneezing in the hall, and more often than not, her crying. I didn't even know her name. She never spoke to me again, but I heard her. Around 2:15 one morning, I heard a bang, a heavy, meaty thud against the wall we shared. I froze, pulled off my headphones. Another sound. A man's voice. Low, angry, controlled. Then hers, soft, choked, pleading. Not loud enough to make words out. Just pain. I sat on the edge of my bed for 10 whole minutes, phone in hand. Not dialing, just staring. What do you even say to 911 when you don't know what's happening? Eventually it stopped. Silence settled in again. I lay awake until morning, staring at the ceiling, pretending the quiet meant safety. The next day I passed her in the stairwell. She wore sunglasses, though it was cloudy, and her cheek was bruised. Not purple, not fresh, but that sick yellow-brown of something healing, something ignored. I opened my mouth, closed it again. That night I wrote a note and left it with a granola bar by her door. If you ever need anything, I'm in 2C. No questions asked. It was gone the next morning. She never said a word. July turned brutal, hot, sleepless, suffocating. The building's AC finally gave out, and fans became background noise. But hers was gone. No humming, no late-night cigarettes, no footsteps on the fire escape, just crying, often, low and guttural. Sometimes she whispered things I couldn't catch. Sometimes she said nothing at all. And him, the man in her unit, never raised his voice. But it was sharp, clipped, every word like it came with a warning. He didn't shout, but she flinched. I started writing in my journal about it, trying to figure out what I was supposed to do. I even Googled it. How to report suspected abuse when you're not sure. Everything I found asked for details I didn't have. I started staying up late on purpose, hoping to catch her, hoping maybe she'd knock. But she never did. Then the noise stopped. Not faded. Stopped. No crying. No voices. No footsteps. I waited 3 days before asking the building manager. He shrugged like he was swatting away a fly. People move out. Happens all the time. That place turns over like socks. He unlocked her door on July 19th. The place was bare. Mattress on the floor, no curtains, a shirt tossed on the radiator. And that smell. Bleach. Like someone tried very hard to erase something. The next morning, I found the envelope under my door. It wasn't sealed, no name, no address. Inside was a single torn piece of paper. You heard everything, and you still let me go. My knees went weak. I sat down on the floor, letter trembling in my hands. Was it her? Was it him? I didn't know. I'd never know. I tried to rationalize. Told myself she probably left on her own. Maybe she had family somewhere. Maybe she just wanted to disappear. But the timing, the silence, the bleach, the note. It painted a picture I didn't want to admit I'd seen. I checked local news every day. Nothing. No missing person. No incident. No police reports. I thought about going to the police, but what would I say? That I once heard crying through the wall? That I got a vague note with no name? Instead, I stayed up more nights than I slept. I kept staring at that wall, listening for her voice, listening for anything. But all I heard was myself. It's been a year now. Someone else lives in 2B, a grad student who plays guitar and cooks bacon at 2 a.m. I see him sometimes. I nod. He nods back. We don't talk, but I still listen. Every creak of the hallway floor, every echo of laughter, every door closing, it all sounds like a version of her. I moved out of 2C 3 weeks ago, finally got a better job, better pay. But I still think about her every night. I think about the look in her eyes, the sound of her crying, and that note. I hear her voice in silence. I smell bleach in my dreams. I'll never know what really happened. And maybe that's the cruelest part, that some stories don't end. They just disappear. If you see something, say something. Silence doesn't make you innocent, and not acting can leave a heavier burden than the truth ever could. My name is Katie Brooks. I had just turned 17 when my father's job transferred us from Chicago to Bozeman, Montana. Leaving behind my old friends, my city rhythm, even the smell of traffic and roasting coffee, I plunged headfirst into this quiet mountain town where people rarely talked and the afternoons stretched into empty echoes. I felt rootless, adrift in a place that didn't feel like home. Summer days dragged. My phone rarely buzzed. My books and sketchbook were my companions, but they couldn't erase the silence. Then there was babysitting. I'd done it before. On weekends back in Chicago. Just casual afternoons playing games or reading stories. It was easy, low-pressure money, and more importantly, something to do. Back then, I babysat familiar kids, neighbors, friends of friends, people whose parents I knew. Here, in Bozeman, I didn't know anyone. But one morning, my mom's co-worker, Miss Clara Alden, asked if I could watch her grandson, Miles. She seemed kind enough. Retired piano teacher, nervous smile. But something about her made me hesitate. She warned me not to open the door under the stair, to respect the house's creaks, no loud music, no phone use. It felt oddly specific, serious. But I agreed. It was money, and frankly, any connection to other people felt welcome. The house, perched at 37A Briar Creek Road, was pale yellow and old. Vines curled across the porch, and an ancient rocking chair sat empty, waiting. I rang the bell at 3 in the afternoon. Clara, frail but precise, greeted me and reiterated her instructions. No phones, no music, certainly no opening that little understair door. Then she left, smiling tightly. After she closed the door, the house seemed to sigh, as if settling in my presence. Miles sat on the couch, hands folded, watching me. He didn't speak much. I offered to play with him, asked if he wanted snacks. He sat still and didn't move except to glance at that forbidden door. I tried to make small talk. At first he replied in clipped sentences, softly. "I sit still," he told me. I tried Legos, games, drawing. Nothing changed. As the hours passed, the house's atmosphere shifted. The air was heavy with mothball smell and old wood. I sketched in my notebook while he sometimes leaned forward and whispered, "The girl before you opened it." I asked who that girl was. Miles blinked slowly. "She stayed behind the door." I shook it off. Kids say creepy things sometimes, but I found myself avoiding that stairwell, even as I painted maple leaves in the margins of my sketch. By 5, sunlight had begun to soften through dusty windows. I finally offered him lunch, peanut butter sandwich, grapes, crackers. He took them, ate quietly. I tried to ease the tension by chatting lightly. "Do you like to draw?" I asked. He said no, and stared down at the couch. I wondered if he'd been through something strange. At 6:45, I noticed the cellar door was wide. It should have been latched tight. I'd tried it earlier. Nobody else was in the house, so I closed and relocked it. My heart thumped. I looked for Miles. He was still perched on the couch, expression unchanged. At 7:10 p.m., I discovered another door I hadn't seen. It was almost invisible, tucked in a dark hallway near the back of the house. No knob, no sign it ever opened. A faint rectangle in the wall. I knelt closer. The outline looked like the shape of a door sealed long ago. My breath caught. When I asked him about it, Miles said in a calm voice, "It opens when someone disappears." That made no sense. I laughed quietly, pretending to dismiss it. The lights flickered. A breeze? Static wiring? I rose and pretended I wasn't unsettled. I called my mom, voice steady. "It's just weird here. The wiring's probably bad. Miles is fine." I promised I'd be okay, and she offered to pick me up early. Relief flickered through me. Then I heard it, a piano melody drifting from the direction of that sealed wall. Classical, slow, familiar. But there was no piano in the house. I recognized the tune, a Chopin nocturne my grandmother used to play. It came without warning, haunting and gentle. I pressed my ear to the wall. A whisper followed. I couldn't make out the words. I stumbled back. Miles had shifted closer on the couch, in a voice quieter than before. "She's playing again. Miss Clara's real granddaughter. She babysat me before she left the door open." I dropped into the chair, chills racing down my arms. My grandmother had died years ago. I'd never mentioned that Chopin piece. For a moment, I sat frozen in plain sight, waiting. At 9:00, the front door opened. Clara stepped in as the final note faded. Her smile was oddly satisfied. She looked at me and said, "You didn't touch the door, did you?" I shook my head, too numb to speak. She simply nodded, gathering her coat and keys as if relieved. "That's why you're leaving safely," she added. The weight in her eyes told me more than her words. She directed me quietly to gather my things, told me she was sorry I'd been unsettled, and ushered me to the door. Outside, the air felt sharp in my lungs. I searched for my mom's car out front. I tried to steady my breathing as Clara locked up behind me. My phone buzzed gently. I ignored it, staring down Briar Creek Road until my mom pulled up. The ride home was quiet. She asked. Silence felt too full of things unsaid. I swallowed, whispered, "Everything okay?" I nodded. Those few minutes of that house felt like it didn't want to let go. Later that night, curiosity overpowered fear. I searched online. I found a clipping dated July 9th, 2018. Clara Alden standing beside a young girl in graduation gown, her beloved granddaughter Emily Alden missing since July 9th, 2018. The same date, same day. My stomach nodded. The Chopin nocturne I'd heard, that rippled through the old walls, was the same melody my grandma used to play for me. That melody Emily likely knew too. My dreams that night were jumbled images. A small door opening, a girl's face pressed against the darkness, piano notes drifting through wood cracks. I woke in a panic, heart racing. Sunlight felt surreal. I didn't talk to anyone about it except my mom, and even then I kept details minimal. She trusted Clara. I never wanted my mom to worry, but I couldn't unhear the music or unsee that sealed doorway. School resumed the next week, and I slipped back into routine, sketching autumn leaves, working at the bookstore, walking around town. But I felt different. The world seemed thinner, more fragile. I started paying more attention to locked doors, people's expressions, how houses settle in silent ways. I found myself looking out at old houses in Bozeman and imagining secrets behind hidden doors, memories trapped in plaster walls. At home, I played my grandmother's Chopin recording, pressing rewind on that nocturne over and over. Sometimes I felt a presence in the house, as if someone were listening along. I thought of Emily Alden, 5 years missing, maybe still lingering behind some unmarked doorway in that pale yellow house. A few weeks later, at the cafe near town, I ran into Clara. She looked older than before, thin, pale, sorrow in her eyes. I nodded. She glanced at me, offered a sad smile. I wanted to tell her everything about the music, the door, the echo of that missing girl. But I knew she'd nod knowingly and wouldn't explain further. I didn't ask her about Emily. Some horrors aren't meant to be interrogated. Oddly, not long after, I received a message from Miss Clara. She said nothing about Emily but simply thanked me again, calling me careful and respectful. No mention of payment, no mention of fear, just gratitude that I hadn't meddled with things better left alone. I never babysat for her again. In fact, I pretty much stopped babysitting altogether. But I kept drawing, leaves, doors, silhouettes of stairs in old houses. I started volunteering at the Historical Society, collecting stories of old homes and the families who lived in them. I learned about memory, absence, the way people vanish, but their presence lingers in physical spaces. Sometimes I return to that Chopin nocturne, play it quietly with closed eyes, imagining Emily listening too. I think about young women stepping through thresholds, trusting and curious, and the vulnerability that comes with that. I believe in intuition now, how it heightens awareness, how it warns even when logic just says, be polite, follow instructions. I learned to listen to it anytime it whispers caution. Real places can hold hidden grief. Not all doors should be opened, not because they're locked, but because what lies behind them can't be unlearned. Trust your instincts. Respect boundaries, internal and external, even when doing so seems overly cautious or strange. And remember, silence, absence, and subtle warnings often carry more weight than screams. Long before the sandals, the photo, and the midnight scratching, there was just me and my heartbreak. After 7 years with someone I thought I'd marry, I caught him in our bed with someone I'd only met once at a New Year's party. She wore one of my old sweaters. He looked like he'd already moved on. I didn't yell. I didn't cry. I just stood there like I was watching someone else's life implode. 3 weeks later, I was in a rental on Elmsworth Drive in Springfield, Missouri. 2 bedrooms, One bath, brick facade, a creaky porch I pretended gave it character. It was a cul-de-sac where people waved from their driveways but never stopped to say hello. That was fine. I wanted quiet. I wanted anonymity. I wanted the kind of invisibility that comes with a fresh zip code. The first few weeks passed like fog. I took freelance gigs, mostly digital book covers for indie authors, and worked late into the night, half on purpose, half out of habit. I lived on cold brew and the kind of snack food meant for teenagers. I left the house once every 3 days max. My only consistent entertainment was the woman across the street. Every morning at 7 a.m. sharp, she trimmed her hedges. Not in the casual, this bush is getting out of control way, but in a mechanical, near-military precision way. She had a jaw like a blade and eyes like a winter road, empty, cold, unmoved by weather or mood. I'd try not to stare, but I always did. She never waved, never looked directly at me. By June, I was ready to reclaim some space. Not just in the house, but in my head. So I decided to host a yard sale. It felt good to pull old boxes from the garage and sort through everything I no longer wanted to carry forward. A ceramic owl lamp from his mom, a box of engagement party favors I never mailed out, the robe with his initials monogrammed in gold thread. I set up tables, priced everything cheap, and opened shop by 9 a.m. The neighborhood was quiet, but a few people stopped by. An old man bought a typewriter and told me about the poetry he used to write. A teenager argued over a lava lamp. I was starting to feel lighter. Then, at exactly 11:20 a.m., a black SUV pulled up and parked across the driveway. The woman who stepped out looked like she belonged at a real estate seminar. Neatly ironed blouse, expensive perfume, tense jaw. She didn't browse. She walked straight to the Italian sandals sitting on the edge of the table. They were a gift from my ex, purchased in Rome. I never wore them. Too narrow, too pointed, too much like something his new girlfriend might wear. I slapped a $5 sticker on them, the price of catharsis. She picked them up, read the tag, then looked at me. "Is this a joke?" she asked, voice low and clipped. "No," I said. "Just trying to clean house." She stared at me for a moment longer, then turned without another word and walked back to her car. Didn't buy a thing. 15 minutes passed. I had started folding the table when another car door slammed. This time it was a man. Large, balding, maybe late 40s. Sweat soaked through his t-shirt in patches. He moved like someone who expected people to get out of his way. "You think you're funny," he barked. I stood still. "Excuse me? Trying to humiliate my wife? $5? Is that what you think she's worth?" His breath smelled like chewing tobacco and rage. "I don't know what you're talking about," I said. He stepped forward, too close. "You know what this looks like? Like you're calling her trash." "I'm sorry," I said, hands up. "I think there's been a misunderstanding. Don't call me sir. You think you're better than us?" Across the street, the hedgewoman's garage door opened. She stood in the shadows, arms crossed, watching. Then, from behind me, a voice. "Hey buddy, I'm filming you. I suggest you walk away." It was the teenager from earlier, holding up his phone. The man froze, looked between us, spat on my lawn and muttered, "We'll be seeing you around." I didn't sleep that night, but the worst part hadn't even begun. 3 days later, I found the envelope taped to my door. No name, no return address. Inside was a Polaroid. It was me, sitting on the porch during the yard sale. The sandals were on the table behind me. In the distance, the woman was standing on her own lawn, looking directly into the camera, smiling, scrawled below in shaky penmanship, and $5 was generous. I stared at it for a full minute, my stomach tightening like a knot pulled by invisible fingers. I called the police. An officer came out, listened patiently, looked at the photo, then said what I expected. "It's not a direct threat. No damage, no trespassing. Could be a prank." "But someone was close enough to take this," I said. They knew where I lived. He shrugged. I'd suggest keeping your doors locked. I didn't argue. I didn't cry. I thanked him and locked the door behind him. That night, I dragged a chair into the hallway and sat there with the lights off, watching the front windows. Nothing. Until 2:40 a.m. A sound like metal on mesh. Slow, steady scratching. I held my breath. Got up. Turned on the porch light. No one was there. But muddy footprints led from the yard to my window. I installed cameras the next morning. Ordered online. Next day shipping. When they arrived, I placed one facing the street and one pointed directly at the window. But they never caught anything. No figures. No movement. No faces. Just the sound. The scratching. Every few nights. Always at 2:40 a.m. I stopped going outside. Groceries were delivered. I parked 2 blocks away and walked home with my keys clutched tight in my fist. I thought about reporting it again, but what could I say? Someone may or may not be watching me, but the cameras show nothing. One morning, I found my trash bins turned over. Nothing stolen, just tipped. Another day, a ceramic garden gnome I'd never seen before sat near the steps. Small, grinning, chipped at the nose. I knocked on a few doors asking if it belonged to anyone. No one claimed it. The woman across the street watched me the whole time. Arms crossed, unblinking. I stopped knocking. I started keeping every light on inside the house. I set timers. I kept music playing. But still, some nights I'd find that same scratching. I moved a bookshelf in front of the window. Didn't help. A week before my lease ended, I began packing. I didn't post anything online. I told no one I was leaving, not even my landlord, just mailed in the notice and set the move-out date. The night before the truck came, I slept on the floor, phone in hand. No scratching, no sound, just the quiet weight of being watched. In the morning, I drove to a motel on the other side of town and waited for the movers to finish. That night I checked into a new place, 3 neighborhoods away, a rental with an attached garage and no windows near the street. I felt safer, until I went to a thrift shop 2 towns over weeks later and saw her again. Not up close, not moving, just standing between 2 racks of clothing watching. She didn't buy anything. She didn't approach. She was just there, watching. It's been a year. I live in a different city now, closer to my sister. No porch, no lawn, no neighbors. But I still check every window. I still wake at 2:40 a.m. And sometimes, in the silence, I wonder if the woman was ever angry about the sandals, or if maybe it was something simpler. Maybe she just didn't like being seen. Maybe that's what triggered it. A stranger in her neighborhood, with new eyes and a fresh past. Someone who noticed too much, or not enough. Sometimes the danger isn't in what you throw away. It's in what you choose to see, and who sees you seeing it. Not all quiet neighborhoods are peaceful, and not all people who wave are harmless. I didn't move to Wyoming for the mountains or the silence or even the clean air. I moved because I had nowhere else left to go. Sheridan was just a name on a map when I pointed blindly, packed a rental truck, and drove until the road got lonely. It wasn't peace I wanted. It was escape. From my marriage, which had ended with more venom than words. From the pressure of a second novel I couldn't finish. From the feeling that somewhere, somehow, I'd already seen the best parts of my life slide by. Red Birch Road isn't even a real road on GPS. Just a gravel stretch flanked by thick woods and a few scattered homes, all spaced so wide you could scream and maybe only spook a deer. My place sat on a low hill with a porch that faced west and a back door that looked straight into the trees. I told people I liked the quiet, but I didn't speak to anyone if I could help it. My groceries came from a gas station 10 miles down. My mail came 3 times a week, and the only time I waved was by mistake. The last neighbor I met was back in Seattle. He borrowed a ladder and gave it back with a bent rung. Then he slept with my wife. So I figured I was done with neighbors. It was a Tuesday when I first saw him. October 16th. The wind had picked up early that evening, rustling the leaves outside like dry paper, and the sun was all but gone by 7. I had a mug of tea in one hand and a half-written paragraph on my laptop when someone knocked on the front door. Not a banging, not desperate, just a quick, almost polite 2-knock tap. I stood up slow. Out here, I didn't get visitors, not unless something had gone wrong. Through the peephole, I saw a man in his late 30s. He looked soaked through, rain dripping off the bill of a ball cap, a backpack slung over one shoulder. His smile was tight but respectful. "Sorry to bother," he said when I opened the inner door, chain still on. "I was camping near the trailhead and got caught in the storm. Any chance I could crash here tonight? Just need a dry spot. Floor's fine." There was something in his eyes. Tired, yes, but too steady. No panic, no pleading, like he'd already rehearsed this. "I'm sorry," I said. "I don't let strangers in. There's a diner down the road, about 4 miles. They might be able to help." He nodded, looked off toward the woods, then back at me. "Sure, no problem." And he turned and walked away. That should have been the end of it. I locked every window in the house, flipped on the porch light in the back, and tried to shake off the unease. But the trees behind my house don't care if you're uneasy. They just keep standing. That night I couldn't sleep. Not well. Every sound felt bigger. At 2:30 a.m., I got up, just needing to see. I walked upstairs and looked out the back window. There was a campfire burning maybe 200 yards out in the trees, just far enough to be hidden from the road, and beside it, sitting completely still, was the same man. In his lap, glinting in the firelight, was something long and metallic. A rifle. I backed away from the window like it might explode. My pulse thundered. The air felt thick with static. I grabbed my phone and dialed the local sheriff's office. Told them what I saw. A stranger with a gun. A campfire too close to the house. "Storm's got most of our units stretched," the dispatcher said. "We'll send someone, but it may be a while." 20 minutes crawled by. I stayed low in the hallway, shotgun in hand, barely breathing. At 2:52 a.m. I looked again. The fire was still there, but the man wasn't. That was worse. I crept downstairs and checked the front and back doors, both locked. I was about to retreat when I heard it. A soft, metallic clink. It came from the back. The padlock on the outdoor latch. The one I'd secured earlier. I moved cautiously, heart trying to punch its way out of my chest. Through the kitchen window I saw it, hanging open. The lock, snapped in half, lay in the grass like a dead insect. I backed away. Then came the knock. From the front door. 2 sharp, deliberate knocks. Not loud, not frantic. Like someone asking if now was a better time. I didn't move, didn't speak. I stood there, shotgun half raised, while the ticking of the wall clock counted every second. He didn't knock again. 10 minutes later, red and blue lights lit up the front of the house like a fireworks show. 2 deputies searched the woods with flashlights and radio chatter. I stood on the porch like a man pulled from a dream. They found the fire still warm. No sign of the man, but behind it, in a shallow dugout pit, they uncovered a nylon bag. Inside were duct tape, a crowbar, zip ties, and an old flip phone. Only one contact on it. Home. That bag chilled me more than the gun. It wasn't the gear of a camper. It was the gear of someone who came prepared. This wasn't accidental, one deputy said quietly. He picked a spot with cover, no road access. He's been out here a while. I filed a report, but they had no one to arrest. No prints, no clear crime. They told me to keep my doors locked and maybe invest in a trail cam. I bought 2 the next morning, and I didn't sleep for 3 days. Paranoia is not a straight line, it loops. At first you tell yourself you're overreacting, then you remember the bag, the knock, the fact that the fire didn't start itself. I kept the shotgun beside my bed and started leaving the porch lights on all night. Motion sensors too. 1 in front, 1 in back. Nothing ever tripped them. I wanted to believe he'd moved on, that maybe my house was the wrong stop in whatever madness he was carrying with him, that I'd dodged the worst of it, until 2 weeks later. I was leaving the post office in Sheridan. Just a quick drop-off, an envelope of edits for my publisher. I unlocked the truck, threw the door open, and noticed something tucked under the driver's side wiper. A folded piece of paper flapping in the wind. I unfolded it slowly, braced for anything. 5 words, in thick, uneven handwriting. "You're lucky I don't mind the rain." My hand tightened around the paper until it crumpled. He'd been here, watching, close enough to touch my truck, close enough to walk away unseen. I told the sheriff, filed a second report. They said it was unsettling but not actionable. No direct threat, no damage. Could have been a prank, one officer offered. "Pranks don't leave crowbars in the woods," I said. He didn't argue. I drove home with the truck doors locked and parked facing the road. That night, I set an alarm for 2:30 a.m. and sat in the dark with the shotgun resting on my lap. But no fire came, no knock, no anything. And somehow, that felt worse. The seasons shifted fast. October turned brittle. By mid-November, the trees had gone bare and the wind howled across Red Birch Road like a voice too far away to understand. I stopped writing, couldn't focus. I told my agent I was between things. Truth was, I couldn't sit still long enough to write a sentence without checking the windows, without looking over my shoulder. I saw the woman with the dog again. Across the road. She waved. I didn't wave back. Not because I was rude, but because the world had changed. The knock changed it. The fire changed it. One night I tried sleeping with the windows open, just to test myself, just to see if maybe I could go back to normal. At 3:12 a.m. I woke up to the faintest crunch of gravel near the woods. I shut them fast, stayed on the floor until dawn. I stopped leaving the house for anything but essentials. I used the post office box only once more, then canceled it. I watched the woods like they owed me an answer. They never gave one. I still live here. I tell people I enjoy the solitude, the clean air, the views. But the truth's simpler. I like knowing who's coming, and more importantly, who isn't. No one comes up Red Birch Road without a reason. There's no foot traffic, no dog walkers, no kids knocking on doors. So if someone shows up, you pay attention. That night in October taught me something I didn't learn in the city. Danger doesn't always roar in. Sometimes it knocks. Calm, measured, like it belongs. And if you answer, you might never get to close the door again. Not every knock is an invitation. Trust your instincts. Solitude can protect you, but only if you remember that isolation doesn't always mean safety. Sometimes it just means you're alone when someone decides to try the handle. There's something funny about trying to start over, how it can feel more like running than rebuilding. That's what moving to Brookdale felt like, running in place. 4 months before I met the woman who called herself Kara, I'd walked out of my job and apartment in Milwaukee with a half-burned-out candle and 3 boxes of possessions I didn't even like anymore. The exhaustion wasn't just from work, it was from performing, every day, pretending I was fine when I wasn't even close. Brookdale was small, quiet, a town where the streetlights blinked sleepily after 9 p.m., and people waved more out of habit than interest. I rented a modest 1-bedroom above an old florist's shop. The walls were thin, and the pipes complained, but it was mine. I worked from home now, doing freelance design and marketing, which meant I went days without speaking to anyone in person. Most evenings I walked to Fairway Market just to feel the rhythm of other people's footsteps. The familiarity of shelves and labels steadied me. That's where I met her. She slipped into the frame of my life like she belonged there, right between the basil pesto and the sun-dried tomato. She leaned close, smiling in that easy, unthreatening way, and said, "Go for the basil. The other one tastes like regret." I laughed. Not politely, but genuinely. Something in her delivery made me feel like we were already on the same page. I don't even remember what I said back, something stupid, I'm sure. But we left the store chatting like old friends. She said her name was Kara. Recently divorced, moved from Chicago to get away from it all. Her tone was dry but warm, like she'd learned to be funny to survive something. She said the loneliness surprised her. That made me nod too quickly. We exchanged numbers under the sleepy glow of the parking lot lights. After that, she was just around. Texts, coffees, walks through the park. I was cautious, but not enough. I was lonely, but not desperate. At least that's what I told myself. Kara never asked too many questions, which made it easy to relax around her. She didn't push. She made a joke about my chipped mug once and I laughed too hard. Looking back, I think she was studying me, learning the edges of me. But at the time, I just thought, finally, someone who gets it. The text came late, 11:45 p.m. on a Tuesday. I was in bed reading when my phone buzzed. Can I come over? Something happened. I think my ex followed me again. I don't want to be alone tonight. I didn't even hesitate. My thumb was already typing back. Of course, I'll buzz you in. She showed up 10 minutes later, soaked from the drizzle, jacket zipped to her chin, eyes wide and nervous. I offered tea. She asked for peppermint. I set up the couch with a blanket, dimmed the lights, and tried to keep things light. But she kept glancing at the window like she expected a knock at any second. I asked her if she wanted to call someone. She shook her head. He wouldn't do anything. Just likes making me feel watched, she said. Gaslighting, right? He was good at that. I said I'd lock everything. I offered her my charger, asked if she needed anything. She told me I was too kind. I said it wasn't kindness, just being human. That night I left her the spare key. I didn't say it out loud, but the implication was clear. If she needed a place again, she had it. I left early the next morning for a doctor's appointment. She was still sleeping, or pretending to. I scribbled a note, left it on the counter next to the tea mug, and stepped into the day thinking, naively, that I'd done something good. But when I returned, just after noon, the door was cracked open. Not busted, just ajar. Inside, it was like someone had taken a blender to my apartment. Couch cushions shredded, drawers pulled out, my laptop gone. The small emergency cash I kept in the spice cabinet vanished. So was Kara. It's a particular kind of betrayal that makes you question your own memory. At first I thought maybe there'd been some emergency. Maybe she'd panicked. Maybe she'd come back. But the truth was obvious. She had played me. I called the police. They came quickly. A tall, tired officer took down my statement while glancing at my half-wrecked living room. I told them there was no sign of forced entry, that I'd let her in, that I'd given her the key. That part made him pause. So, you invited her to stay voluntarily? He asked. I nodded, hating myself. And how long had you known her? 3 weeks. I could tell he wanted to say something, but he didn't. Just nodded and kept writing. They ran the name I gave them. Nothing. No records, no license, no address. The phone number disconnected within the hour. She had disappeared. I was humiliated, not just for trusting a stranger, but for needing to, for craving connection enough to let someone in without guardrails. 2 weeks later, I saw her again. Not in person, on the local news site. A blurry surveillance photo from a gas station in the next county over. She was buying snacks with a stolen card. Same jacket, same smirk. The caption called her a suspect, known to befriend women under false identities before robbing them. A pattern, a predator, and I'd been a mark. I printed out the article and taped it behind my pantry door, not as a shrine, as a reminder. To pay attention next time. That smile wasn't safety, it was strategy, and all the things I'd taken as friendship were part of a script. I started seeing her everywhere, not actually her, just echoes, in strangers' voices, in someone's posture at the library. At first I thought I was being paranoid, But then I realized this was how she worked. She didn't need a disguise, just a new name and a borrowed past. Some days I imagined confronting her, just walking up to her in some store and saying, "I know what you did." But the truth was, I didn't. Not all of it. And that's what haunted me the most. Because if someone can build a story so convincing that you let them into your home, what else are they capable of? Life resumed, as it always does. I changed the locks. I moved apartments a month later. I started waving back at neighbors, not out of friendliness, but awareness. I learned how to look for inconsistencies. I became that person who double-checks who's at the door. But the lesson wasn't just about locks and caution. It was about why I'd opened that door in the first place. I wasn't stupid. I was lonely. Loneliness doesn't come with flashing lights or warnings. It's quiet. It dresses itself up in laughter and small talk and people who seem to see you. That's what makes it dangerous. Now I carry that lesson with me. Not as fear, as clarity. I don't need to be suspicious of everyone, just patient. Trust shouldn't be fast. It should be earned, slowly, imperfectly, honestly. Because the people who want to fool you, they've practiced every line, and the ones who mean well, they don't mind taking the time. Kindness is a gift, not a guarantee. Offer it wisely. Trust should be earned, not given as an antidote to loneliness. Some people wear friendship like a costume, learn to look behind the mask. It's strange how silence can feel heavier than noise. After my roommates left Jackson to start their shiny new careers, one in Austin, the other in Raleigh, I stayed behind in Unit 14B, tucked into the corner of Magnolia Creek townhomes like a leftover thought. The house felt bigger without them, though it wasn't. Just 2 bedrooms, thin walls, the same half-stained carpets, and a kitchen that never quite lost the smell of burnt popcorn from last fall. For the first few weeks, I liked the quiet. It gave me space to breathe, to work. I'm a freelance video editor. Weddings, small business ads, boring training seminars. I do it all from home, mostly at night, because that's when my brain finally shuts out the world and lets me focus. I'd keep the blinds open while I worked, letting the faint orange light from the parking lot spill across my desk. It was ambient, gentle, made me feel less alone. After they moved out, I didn't change much. I kept their rooms untouched for a while, like they might come back. Eventually, I boxed their stuff, vacuumed the dust lines under their beds, and told myself it was fine. I had my rhythm. Coffee at 9, emails by 10, editing from lunch until late. Most nights I wouldn't sleep until 3 a.m., but on April 21st, I decided to break that pattern. No reason why, really. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe I needed the break. I went to bed around 10:20 p.m., tossed my phone on the nightstand, and didn't bother locking the deadbolt. I never did at night. Not out of negligence, just habit. I'd lock it in the morning when I went out for groceries or walks. That night, though, it would have mattered. I woke up at 1:58 a.m. I know the exact time because my phone screen lit up when I reached for it, thinking maybe a notification had chimed, but there was no sound. What woke me wasn't my phone. It was the soft click of my front door opening. At first, I didn't move. My brain tried to explain it away. Wind, maybe. A faulty latch. A breeze through a cracked window. But when I sat up, holding my breath, I heard it again. A low groan, like the weight of someone settling into a cushion. I got out of bed slowly. My room is upstairs, right above the living room. There's a narrow stairwell with old wood steps that creak even under your own weight. I tiptoed to the top step and froze. There was a man sitting on my couch. The TV was on, muted. Staticky visuals from a YouTube ad were frozen on the screen. He had his feet up like he lived there. He looked average. Gray, unkempt hair, heavyset, wearing a sagging hoodie over too many layers. His face had this slack calm, the kind of look you'd see on someone watching the weather. Not a criminal, not agitated, just present. "What the hell?" I said out loud, too stunned to keep it in. He turned slowly. His eyes met mine without surprise. "Didn't mean to wake you," he said. His voice was rough, almost kind. "You left the door open." My stomach sank. I backed away, grabbed my phone off the nightstand, and bolted down the hallway to the back door. I didn't stop to grab shoes. I didn't even close the door behind me. I just ran, barefoot, across the lawn to my neighbor's unit. They didn't answer at first. I banged until their porch light flicked on and I saw a man's face through the blinds. He opened the door cautiously, probably thinking I was drunk or high or both. "There's someone in my house," I said, breathless. "There's a man on my couch. I don't know who he is." They called the police for me. Cops were there in under 5 minutes. When they went inside, the man was gone. The officers swept the place top to bottom. They found no signs of forced entry. The front door was still cracked open the way I'd left it. They checked the windows, the locks, even the attic just to be thorough. Nothing. "He probably left when he heard you yelling," one of them said, scribbling into his notebook. "Might have been looking for a place to sleep. Happens sometimes. We'll file it as a likely homeless intrusion." "But nothing was taken," I said. "Yeah, well, doesn't mean he wasn't dangerous. You should keep your doors locked, especially at night. It's a good neighborhood, but that's just common sense." They were right. I should have locked the door. But what bothered me wasn't just that someone had gotten in. It was how comfortable he looked, like he'd been there before. They asked me for a description. I gave them everything I could. Around 50, gray hair, baggy clothes, maybe 5 and 9, heavy set. Calm. No weapon, no yelling. Just there. They told me to call again if anything else happened. The next day I couldn't focus on work. I kept checking the locks, staring out the blinds, jumping every time a car door slammed in the parking lot. I told myself it was over. A one-off. Wrong place, wrong time. But there was this pressure in my chest like something hadn't been resolved. That night, I went to make coffee. Something to help me push through a late editing job. And I stopped mid-reach. There was a full mug of coffee already sitting on the counter. Still steaming. My mug. The one I always used. Navy blue with a chipped rim. I hadn't made it. I hadn't even gone into the kitchen that morning. Next to it was the creamer bottle still out. Vanilla almond. A splash in the mug. Just how I take it. Not too much. I stood there, frozen. That man. He hadn't just come in and sat down. He'd made himself at home. I checked my phone. There were no notifications, no alerts. But something made me open the YouTube app anyway. The last played video was a vlog I'd filmed 2 years ago. A dumb apartment tour I'd shot with my roommates. We never made it public. It was a private upload, meant for laughs. 1 view. I didn't sleep that night. After that, I started changing everything. I kept the deadbolt locked at all times. I unplugged the smart TV and covered the webcam on my laptop. I started sleeping with a heavy flashlight by the bed. I even moved a dresser in front of the back door. I didn't care how paranoid it looked. I called the cops again and told them about the coffee, the video. They told me they'd file an addendum to the report, but unless I had evidence of another break-in, there wasn't much they could do. So I bought a small indoor camera, just one, cheap, Wi-Fi enabled. I hid it in the bookshelf across from the living room. I figured if he came back, I'd know. But nothing happened for days. A week passed, then another. I started to think I'd imagined some of it. Sleep deprivation, false memory. Maybe I'd made the coffee and forgotten. Maybe I clicked on that old video out of boredom. But deep down, I knew better. Then came May 3rd. I got home from a walk around 9:30 p.m. The place was dark, quiet, normal. I made dinner, knocked out a few edits, and went to bed before midnight. In the morning, I checked the camera out of habit. At 2:12 a.m., it recorded motion. The footage showed the living room, dimly lit by the hallway nightlight, the couch, the TV. Nothing out of place. Until he walked in from the stairwell. He'd been upstairs. He didn't look at the camera. He didn't look at anything, really. Just moved to the couch, sat down, and stared at the blank TV. No sound, no movement, just stillness. He stayed there for 27 minutes. Then he stood up, walked into the kitchen, and out of frame. He never left through the front door. I moved out 2 days later. I didn't care about breaking the lease. I didn't even bother packing properly. Just stuffed my car full of clothes, hard drives, anything I couldn't replace. The rest I left behind. The landlord seemed annoyed at first, but when I showed him the footage, he went pale. Said he'd have someone check the place out, never followed up. I crashed on my cousin's couch for a few weeks before finding a sublet across town. Smaller place, 1 floor, newer locks. I didn't tell many people what happened. Not because I didn't want to, but because most wouldn't believe it. A man walking around my home like it was his, not stealing, not speaking, just watching, existing, quietly. The final straw came not from the footage, or the cops, or the mug of coffee. It came from an email. An anonymous message sent to the email address tied to my private YouTube account. Hope you're sleeping better now. It's hard getting used to new places. I miss the quiet. No name, no reply address. Just those words. I haven't seen him since. I don't know his name, or how he knew me, or how long he'd been watching before he finally let me see him. Sometimes I wonder if it started long before my roommates left. If they ever saw him. If he ever stood at the edge of the hall, waiting for me to go to bed. I still work from home, but I moved out of Jackson. I don't leave my blinds open anymore. I don't post online. And I never ever leave the door unlocked. Not for a minute. I try not to think about the questions that still have no answers. How did he know my coffee routine? How did he get upstairs without a sound? Where did he go when he disappeared? But the one that haunts me most, the one I still don't have the nerve to say out loud, was he ever really gone? Not all intrusions are loud. Some come quietly, through the cracks you ignore. Trust your instincts. Lock your doors. And never assume you're alone, just because it feels like you are. Long before I ever saw his face, I felt him. I moved into my place at Willow Ridge Heights on March 26, 2022, Lot 12B, just a mile outside Elk Falls, Missouri. It wasn't much. Peeling yellow siding, a cranky furnace, and the constant drip of a leaky faucet in the kitchen. But after the last 2 years of couch surfing and heartbreak, it was mine. All mine. That first morning, I drank my coffee standing barefoot on the back deck, watching the dew burn off the lawn. I felt free. Finally. Independent. 26, and starting fresh. That kind of morning should have felt clean, hopeful, but it didn't. Because across the small chain-link fence, at Lot 12A, a man was watching me, just standing there behind his screen door. He didn't move, didn't wave, just stared. I remember trying to smile, trying to be neighborly. All I got in return was a blank face. No blink, no nod, just Victor Matthews, as I'd later learn, doing what he did best, watching. He gave me the creeps right away, but I told myself not to judge. People grieve in their own way. Maybe he was lonely. Maybe he didn't mean anything by it. The world teaches women to second-guess their instincts, and I'd done that my whole life. But even back then, I knew. Something was off. My job had me working nights, 9 to 6, at an emergency vet clinic about 20 minutes away. That first week, every time I walked out to my car, Victor's porch light clicked on. Every time. I never saw him flip a switch or step out. Just that old bulb humming above his door and the curtain twitching. I joked about it at work. Called him Window Walter. But it stopped being funny after a while. The first real scare came 10 days after I moved in. I got home around 6:30 a.m., sky still dark and heavy with early spring fog. I was unlocking my back door when I noticed the scratches, 3 long straight gouges right across the wood. Fresh, deep, deliberate. Like someone had dragged a blade across it slowly, just to see what would give. I told the landlord. He waved it off. "Raccoons," he said. "But raccoons don't line up 3 claw marks with surgical precision. And they don't stand outside your window for 6 minutes in the middle of the night." I found that out 3 days later, when I reviewed the security cam I'd installed after my trash got dumped out twice and someone turned my garden hose on full blast at 3 in the morning. The footage made my blood run cold. It showed Victor walking into my backyard at exactly 2:06 a.m. He stood behind my kitchen window. Didn't knock, didn't move. Just watched. For 6 minutes. Not a muscle moved. Just his breath fogging the glass. I showed the cops. They went over. He told them he'd been chasing a raccoon and got turned around. They gave him a warning and moved on. A warning. I stopped sleeping after that. I ate standing up. Started showering in the afternoons before work. Stopped using the backyard entirely. Because it wasn't just fear anymore. It was violation. It was knowing someone had been there and seen you and that no one could or would stop him. But I hadn't seen anything yet. It started with a sound. That's always how it begins, right? It was the night of April 3rd. I remember the date because I just finished a brutal 12-hour shift where a lab mix bled out in front of me. I was fried, came home, peeled off my scrubs, collapsed on the couch, didn't even eat, just closed my eyes. At 2:11 a.m., I woke up. I didn't hear a bang. It wasn't someone shouting or glass breaking. It was a knock, a soft, hollow knock, rhythmic, repetitive, like someone tapping a spoon on a glass bottle. It came from the front door. I froze. Every instinct screamed, "Don't move." The knock continued. Tap, tap, tap every few seconds. Measured. Calm. I reached for my phone and crawled off the couch. Low, like in some bad movie. When I finally made it to the peephole, my heart already felt like it would stop. Victor was standing there. He was so close I couldn't even see his full face, just the curve of his pale cheek and one eye, milky and bloodshot, filling the lens. He didn't blink, didn't speak, just stared. I backed away and called 911, whispered everything I could. By the time the officers got there, he was back inside his house. They knocked. He came out calm as ever, wearing a robe like he'd just been sleeping. Claimed he hadn't left the house. No prints, no camera evidence from the front. They said he might have been confused. Told me to keep documenting everything. Suggested I move if I felt unsafe. Move. Just like that. I didn't sleep that night. Or the night after. 2 days later, he was gone. A truck showed up in the morning. By the afternoon, lot 12A was empty. He didn't say goodbye. He left behind some old garden tools, a chair, and a locked red toolbox in the shed. The landlord said no one could touch it. It was private property. Whatever was in that box stayed there. But Victor, he didn't. In the days after he left, I tried to breathe again, told myself it was over. But fear doesn't leave with the person who caused it. It lingers. I kept the bat by my bed. Started locking the bathroom window even during daylight. I'd catch myself listening at night for sounds that weren't there. Scratching, tapping, breathing. Every once in a while the porch light would flicker on. I convinced myself it was squirrels. Maybe a sensor glitch. But deep down, I knew. Victor might have left, but something stayed. I don't mean in the ghost story kind of way. I don't believe in ghosts, but habits, instincts, they stick around. I'd pause at windows before opening blinds. I'd check under the car before getting in. I never stepped outside after 11 p.m., not even for the mail. One evening in June, while watering the dying marigolds on the porch, I saw a new family moving into lot 12A. A young couple, kid in tow. The boy waved at me. I waved back. Their moving truck blocked my view of the house for most of the day. But as the sun dipped behind the houses and long shadows stretched across the yards, I noticed something strange. The shed door in Victor's backyard was open, and the red toolbox was gone. I didn't ask about the shed, didn't tell the new tenants. What would I say? "Hey, Your place used to be watched by a night stalker who stared through my window like a TV screen. I left it alone. Weeks passed. Summer came and went. The marigolds bloomed again, brighter than before. I still worked nights, but now with a rotation that gave me Sundays off. Life started to feel normal again, until the knocking came back. Not every night, not even every week. But sometimes, especially when it was windy, I'd hear it again. That soft, glassy knock. Always at 2:11 a.m. I stopped opening the door. I stopped checking the peephole. Because maybe it wasn't him. But maybe it was. And knowing is sometimes worse than not. It's been over 2 years. I'm still in the same house. Lot 12B. Still working the same job. Still carrying the weight of that spring like a scar under the skin. And I still don't know if Victor ever truly left, or if someone else just took his place. But I've learned something that matters more than proof or closure. Trust your gut. I knew from day one that something wasn't right, but I brushed it off because being polite felt safer than being right. Because society teaches women that accusing someone, especially an old man with a limp and a quiet voice, makes us the problem. Victor Matthews never hurt me physically. But fear like that is a kind of injury too. A kind of trauma that doesn't bruise but still bleeds. These days, when a neighbor stares too long or a door creaks in the night, I listen. And I keep the bat by the bed. Long before the sun started greeting my windows, long before Ridgeway Park became a blur of fallen leaves and worn trail markers, there was a tightness in my chest I couldn't shake. It started shortly after I was promoted to office manager. On paper, it looked like a win. Better pay, corner desk, a title that finally sounded like I'd made it. But what people don't talk about is how sometimes climbing the ladder only gets you closer to the edge. I couldn't sleep. I'd wake around 3 a.m., heart thudding like I'd missed an alarm, cold sweat, dry mouth. My doctor called it adjustment anxiety, apparently not uncommon for people in new leadership roles. He handed me a small prescription and suggested I find something to ground me. I didn't want pills, I wanted peace. That's how I found myself jogging in the early hours, when Glendale was still dark and Ridgeway Park was mine alone. I didn't like gyms. Too artificial, too loud. Ridgeway was real. There was something almost sacred about the quiet crunch of gravel beneath my sneakers, the ghost-pale lamplight catching dew on the grass. I stuck to Loop 3B, a safe, well-worn path with soft lighting, occasional benches and a few friendly dog walkers who nodded as they passed. It became a ritual. Same playlist, same trail, same half-mile mark where I'd pause to stretch under that crooked birch tree. It was steady, predictable. Mine. Until Jenna showed up. It was a Tuesday, early October. I was mid-loop, breathing hard, earbuds in, when I noticed her waving. She wore running tights and a long-sleeved zip-up, hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. I pulled out one bud. "Hey," she said breathlessly. "I keep seeing you out here. Figured I'd finally say hi." I nodded, catching my breath. "You run often?" "Trying to," she said with a laugh. "Just got dumped. Figured it was time to get my life back." She smiled, the kind that invited trust. We jogged the next loop together, talking about nothing important. Music, crappy coffee, the weird comfort of a dark park. It was easy. She was easy. Not in that way. I mean, she made the silence feel less heavy. Over the next week, Jenna became part of my routine. She'd show up a few minutes after I started. Sometimes we'd stretch together. Other times we'd just nod and run side by side in that shared silence only early risers know. Then, one Friday, she said, "Hey, tomorrow, let's run the back trail. You know, behind the maintenance gate. No one's ever on it. You'll love it." I paused. "Back trail? Isn't that the one that's all trees and no lights?" "Yeah, but that's the fun part," she said. "Peaceful, private. I've done it a dozen times." I didn't say no. Didn't say yes either. Just gave a non-committal shrug and a vague, maybe. She grinned and jogged ahead. That was the last time I saw her face. That night, I couldn't sleep. Something about the way she'd said, "Trust me," kept circling in my head. It wasn't what she said. It was how rehearsed it sounded. The next morning I pulled into Ridgway's lot at 4:20 a.m. Only one car was parked, an old, dented blue sedan, not Jenna's usual. I stayed in my car, key half turned in the ignition, just watching. At 4:36, a shape appeared near the tree line. Not running, not stretching, just standing. Still. Watching. My phone buzzed. "Jenna." "Hey, already running. Just take the back trail. I'll catch up ahead." But I hadn't texted her. Hadn't even stepped outside. That was the moment my gut turned to stone. I stared at the message. My thumbs hovered over the screen. Should I reply? Ask where exactly she was? Instead, I slid the phone face down on the passenger seat and turned the engine back on. I didn't slam the gas. I didn't peel out. I just slowly circled the lot, pretending I was lost or maybe deciding not to run after all. As I looped around toward the rear exit of Ridgway Park, the one that led out near the old maintenance access, I caught a glimpse of movement. A man was stepping out of the woods, long strides, confident. Not in a rush. He pulled something off his head. A wig. He shook it out and climbed into the blue sedan. That's when I knew. Jenna was never real. He had watched me. He had studied me. And when I saw that car pull out and head in the opposite direction, I finally exhaled. And then I started shaking. The rest of the drive home was a blur. I kept checking my mirrors. I drove past my own apartment twice just to be sure I wasn't being followed. When I finally pulled in, the silence of my parking garage felt suffocating. I locked the door behind me and called the non-emergency police line. The dispatcher asked for details. I told her everything. The name, the car, the texts, the location. "He wore a disguise?" she asked. "Yes, a woman's running gear. Wig, maybe makeup, I don't know." "And you met this person regularly?" "Every morning for a week." There was a long pause. She told me an officer would follow up, said they'd check the area, but Ridgway's security cameras had been down for months. I knew that. Everyone who ran there knew that. When the officer came by later that day, he took notes, asked the usual questions. I handed him my phone. He scrolled through the messages from Jenna. "That's a burner number," he said. "Prepaid, no registration, no name, no fingerprint, no trace. He might as well have been a ghost." I started shaking again. I didn't go back to Ridgway. I canceled my running apps, switched to a gym 30 minutes away under a different name, paid in cash for the first few months. I didn't run alone. I didn't jog at night. I didn't jog before dawn. Ever. But I also didn't tell anyone. Not really. What would I say? My coworkers already thought I was wound a little tight since the promotion. I could hear it in the way they asked, "You doing okay?" With eyebrows slightly raised. No one wants to hear how close you came to being a headline. So I told no one. But I watched everything. Every morning I parked somewhere different. I changed my routes. I scanned for taillights behind me, memorized license plates. I stopped using Bluetooth headphones. I wanted to hear everything. I became a version of myself I didn't recognize. Hyper-aware, suspicious, calculating. And then, one evening, about 2 weeks later, I got another text. No number. Just a blank contact. "You were smart. Most aren't." I stood in my kitchen, knees weak. The message disappeared before I could screenshot it. I opened the thread. Nothing. Like it was never there. I went to the police again, showed them the blank screen. They told me to keep my phone on, turn on location sharing, call immediately if anything happened. But nothing ever happened again. No one came to my window. No one followed me. Whoever he was done. Or he found someone else. 3 months later, I moved. I left Glendale for a smaller city 2 hours north. I told people it was for a better job. It was easier than saying I didn't feel safe anymore. The truth was, I couldn't look at parks the same way. I couldn't jog without remembering that message. That moment of realizing I had been baited, that someone had put on a woman's name, a woman's voice, a personality, just to get me into a blind spot. In the new city, I joined a women's running club. Safety in numbers. We met at daylight hours. Real names. Real people. I still think about Jenna. I wonder how long he watched before he spoke. I wonder how he decided what to say, how to smile, what kind of voice to use. He didn't just stalk me. He built someone I would trust. And that's the part that never stops bothering me. It took a long time for the anxiety to ease. Not just the nightmares, those faded eventually. It was the daily vigilance, the distrust, the way I'd flinch when a friendly stranger struck up a conversation in line at the grocery store. That part still lingers. But slowly, I learned how to live again. Carefully, with more boundaries, with sharper instincts. And I kept jogging. Not because I forgot what happened, but because I refused to let him take it from me. I've learned that fear doesn't always shout. Sometimes it wears a ponytail and asks about your favorite songs. Sometimes it laughs with you in the early hours, says, "Trust me," with a smile. And the people who survive are the ones who listen to that whisper in their gut. The one that says something's off. That whisper saved my life. Not everyone who smiles at you is safe. Sometimes the most dangerous people wear the most ordinary masks. Always trust your instincts, even when there's no evidence, even when it feels rude. A gut feeling is reason enough. I never planned to come back to Whitetail Ridge. It wasn't just the cold or the isolation, though God knows this part of Colorado can feel like the end of the earth. It was the memories. I left after my divorce, after losing my job at the high school, after deciding I needed a clean break. That break never came. Life has a funny way of circling back on you, especially when your mother's health begins to fail and you're the only one left to look after her. So, 4 weeks before the first storm hit, I packed up what was left of my life and moved into her old cabin. It sat at the edge of Cabin Road E, a crooked finger of cracked pavement and frostbitten mailboxes at the foot of Blue Spruce Valley. The place smelled like cedar, old wool, and Vicks VapoRub. She was in and out of lucidity most days, but she remembered me, at least enough to smile when I brought her tea. The locals hadn't changed much. Still the same slow-talking cashiers at Bell's General, same stories passed around like hot cider. But one conversation I overheard during a grocery run stuck with me. "Still no word from that vlogger?" one man asked, rubbing his hands near the heater. "Daniel something?" "Price, yeah. His car was found near the Spruce Trailhead," the other replied. "GPS put him 5 miles in, then nothing. Poor fool probably wandered too far." I didn't say anything, just quietly noted that Spruce Trail was less than a 10-minute walk from our cabin. And Daniel Price, I remembered him vaguely. Nature guy, had a YouTube channel, did these dramatic monologues about survival and solitude. Irony's cruel. That same night, a snowstorm rolled in earlier than expected. The wind howled like a living thing, and flakes slapped against the windows hard enough to rattle the panes. I was locking up the woodshed when I saw it. Movement across the yard. At first I thought it was a trick of the snow, but then I saw it clearly. A lantern. Its light swayed behind my neighbor's shed. Raymond Huxley lived across from me, 60-something, thick beard, flannel shirts year-round, kept to himself. The kind of man you'd describe as private, which is really just code for someone you don't ask questions about. But that lantern, it didn't move like a man walking. It jerked, paused, dropped low like it was being dragged through the snow. Something about it felt wrong. I stood there for a long moment before retreating back inside, watching from behind the curtain. An hour later, red and blue lights reflected off the snow outside my window. A sheriff's cruiser parked across from Huxley's. They were asking questions. The missing hiker, I figured. I never saw them go inside. The next morning, I asked Deputy Callahan about it when I spotted him at Bell's. He remembered me from school field trips. Just routine, he said. Somebody called in a tan SUV parked near Huxley's trail the night the hiker went missing. I raised an eyebrow. Tan SUV. That's what Price drove, isn't it? He nodded slowly. Huxley said he heard an engine that night. Didn't see anything. Not enough to go on. That was the moment something started itching in the back of my mind. The kind of itch you can't reach and shouldn't ignore. The snow didn't let up for days. Our road became a chalk smear of tire grooves and half-buried fences. Power flickered twice, then cut out entirely on Thursday night. I sat wrapped in 2 blankets, flashlight balanced on the coffee table, listening to the creaks of the cabin expand in the cold. At 12:17 a.m., I heard it. A metallic grinding, slow, rhythmic. It sounded like metal dragging across wood. I moved toward the back window. Frost clung to the glass like skin, and I had to rub a circle clear with my sleeve. Outside, everything was blanketed in white, but one thing stood out. Raymond Huxley's shed. It was open. For the first time since I moved in, the wide double doors stood ajar, and just beyond them a figure in the snow. A shadow digging. Not quickly, not with any sense of urgency, just slow and deliberate, methodical. I couldn't see a shovel, but I could see the movement, the lean, the lift, the drop, like he was burying something, or unburying it. I stood there frozen in more ways than one. Eventually the light from the shed went out. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I debated calling it in. But what would I say? Hey, my neighbor was out in the snow last night and might have been digging. Not exactly cause for search and seizure. But something had shifted in me. A weight, a tension I couldn't explain. So later that afternoon, once my mother was napping and the wind had died down, I bundled up and took a walk behind the cabins. There's an old utility trail that winds between trees and frozen creeks. I told myself I was just getting fresh air, but a half-mile in, I found them. Boot prints, big ones, deep in the snow, veering off the trail into brush. I followed them, heart pounding, until I found it. A mossy stone pit, half covered in twigs and old leaves. Inside it was a tarp, blue, dirty, folded. I didn't touch it. I turned and hiked home faster than I'd moved in years. By the time I returned with Callahan and a second deputy, the tarp was gone. So were the prints. Fresh snow had started falling again. They searched for 10 minutes, found nothing. Could be animal tracks, Callahan said, though he didn't sound convinced. I looked toward Huxley's shed across the ridge. He wasn't outside, but the doors were closed again, locked. After that, everything felt different. The quiet wasn't peaceful anymore. It was too quiet, like the world had taken a breath and held it. Huxley didn't come to town much. When he did, he spoke to no one. Bells had a running joke that he hadn't said more than 10 words since 2009. But I started watching. From my window, from the trail, from behind the tree line. The digging never repeated, at least not that I saw, but I noticed other things. A faint smell sometimes when the wind blew the right direction. Not strong, not immediate, just a sour edge to the cold. I checked my own pipes, my garbage. Nothing. 2 weeks after the tarp incident, I saw Huxley carrying something long and wrapped from his house to the shed. Could have been firewood, could have been a tarp. I couldn't tell. But the way he looked over his shoulder 3 times made my blood run cold. Then, just like that, he was gone. Mid-January, after a heavy snow, I walked to Bell's and saw the flyer on the door, for rent scrawled in block letters over a photo of Huxley's cabin. No announcement, no moving truck. He'd packed up and left. The sheriff's office didn't say much, but rumors trickled in. He told the landlord he was leaving state, left no forwarding address. The shed remained. It stayed locked through spring. By March, the snow began to melt. My mother had improved enough to stay alone for a few hours, so I started walking again, mostly to clear my head. I stayed away from the ridge, Until one morning, I found something. Behind my own fence, half buried in the melting snow, a hiking boot, muddy, faded red, laces frayed, same brand Daniel Price wore in his last video. I recognized the tread pattern from his gear breakdown episode. I didn't touch it, just stared and backed away slowly. They never found Daniel Price. There were search parties, of course, dogs, drones, hundreds of volunteers. But the terrain up here is cruel. If the woods want to keep a secret, they do. After the boot, I called Callahan again. He brought another deputy. They took photos, logged it. But again, no body, no DNA, no evidence, just a boot near a fence, not enough. I knew they believed me, but belief isn't proof. Whitetail Ridge returned to its quiet. Cabins filled with tourists in the summer, trails reopened, life went on. But I knew what I saw, and I know what I felt. There's a difference between solitude and silence, between being alone and being watched. I still walk the trails sometimes, but only when the sun's out, and never near the shed. Sometimes the scariest truths aren't the ones shouted. They're the ones hidden in plain sight, buried just deep enough to doubt yourself. Always trust your instincts, and when something feels wrong, don't wait for evidence. Listen, watch, and walk away. You don't have to prove danger to survive it. I never minded being alone at night. It wasn't like in the movies where the kid sits clutching a flashlight, jumping at creaks and shadows. By 15, I'd spent enough Saturday nights in that house by myself that it felt normal, comfortable even. Mom worked overnights at St. Martin's Hospital, 12-hour shifts, Friday through Sunday. I'd learned how to heat up frozen burritos without nuking the plate, how to keep myself entertained, and most importantly, how to pretend I wasn't scared even when I was. That Saturday night started like any other. Dinner at 8:30, homework finished by 10, a little YouTube until my eyes started to burn. Around midnight, I paused the video I was watching, got up to grab a soda, and wandered down the hall in my socks. The heat kicked on as I opened the fridge, humming like an old man clearing his throat. I cracked the can open and leaned against the counter, still half watching the silent TV in the other room. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Not downstairs. Upstairs. It was subtle, like someone shifting their weight on the floorboards. My first instinct wasn't even fear, just confusion. I called out without thinking, "Mom?" No answer. I frowned and stepped out of the kitchen, craning my neck toward the staircase. The hallway upstairs was dark, just a dim glow from the nightlight I kept plugged in at the top of the stairs. Except, no, that wasn't a nightlight. The hallway light was on, and I always turned it off before coming downstairs. Always. The air shifted. I remember that part clearly. Like the entire house suddenly remembered how quiet it was. I slowly walked toward the bottom of the stairs, heart starting to pick up now, soda can still in my hand. I didn't go up all the way, just far enough to peek over the railing through the banister. That's when I saw him. A man, sitting at our dining table. He wore a plain white mask, completely featureless except for eye holes. He was dressed in dark clothes, bulky like layers had been stacked under a jacket, and he was perfectly still, not moving, not twitching, not breathing, as far as I could tell. Just sitting, facing the stairs, facing me. I didn't scream. I didn't move. My body just turned to ice, rooted in place. He didn't flinch. I backed away. My knees gave out a little as I ran, nearly slipping on the carpet as I slammed my bedroom door shut. I locked it, pushed my desk against it with shaking arms, dialed 911 so fast I messed up the number the first time. The dispatcher's voice was calm, almost too calm. I was whispering, crying, trying not to hyperventilate as I told her there was a man in my house, in a mask, sitting at my table. She asked if I was safe, if I had any weapons. I told her no. Just a desk. Just a locked door. Then I heard it. Footsteps again. This time right outside my room. They stopped. Then the doorknob jiggled. Once, twice, deliberate. Like whoever was on the other side wasn't trying to break in. They were just checking. The police came fast, under 15 minutes, but it felt like hours. I didn't open my door until I heard a voice shout, "Police!" from downstairs. 2 officers entered with flashlights drawn. When I cracked the door, they told me to stay in my room while they cleared the house. I sat on my bed, knees bouncing, phone still in my hand, even though I wasn't talking to anyone anymore. After about 10 minutes, they came back up. "The house is clear," one of them said. My mouth was dry. He was sitting there. I saw him. He was right there. "Front door was wide open when we arrived," the other said. "But there's no signs of forced entry. Nothing's broken. You said your mom's out for the night?" I nodded. "She's not back until 7. They made a few notes, radioed in a report, and then walked me through the house. I didn't want to, but they said I should see it, so I knew it was safe. The dining table was empty. No man, no mask, no footprints in the melting snow outside. But something else was there. Something I didn't see before. An envelope. It was thick. The paper yellowed slightly, like it had been sitting in someone's jacket for a while. No name on the front. No writing. One of the officers opened it while I watched from the kitchen. Inside was a photograph. My mom, taken at work, through the glass lobby window of St. Martin's Hospital. She was walking past the front desk, smiling, holding a coffee cup. The timestamp on the photo, 3 days ago, a Thursday morning. I couldn't speak. I just stared. That image felt worse than the mask, because it meant this wasn't random. The man wasn't just breaking into a house, he was waiting in it. They stayed until almost 2:30. One officer took the photo, sealed it in a plastic bag, said they'd send someone from investigations in the morning to follow up. I kept thinking they'd say something to make it okay, that this happened sometimes, that I wasn't crazy. But they didn't. And when they left, I was alone again. I called my mom. She didn't answer, so I left a voicemail, tried to keep my voice steady. "Mom, something happened. You need to call me when you're on break." She didn't call until 4 a.m. I barely remember what I said, just that she cried when I told her. She got someone to cover her shift and came home by 5. When she walked in, she hugged me and didn't let go for a long time. We didn't go back to sleep. By noon, detectives came, asked me to go over everything again. What I heard, what I saw. I told them about the mask, the way he sat so still, how the lights were on upstairs when I know they weren't earlier. They nodded, took notes, said they'd review nearby doorbell cams and traffic footage, but I could see it in their faces. They didn't have anything. When they left, one of them said, "We don't think he was here to hurt you, Noah. If he wanted to, he could have." I didn't say what I was thinking. I don't think I was the reason he came. We didn't sleep in the house after that night. Mom booked a motel for the week. Eventually, she took a leave from work, and we started packing. She said she wanted to start over, but I knew it was more than that. The house didn't feel like ours anymore. It felt used. It was the little things, like how the hallway light would flicker sometimes, or how the TV turned on by itself twice that week. Once, when I walked into the living room during the day, I thought I saw someone in the reflection of the screen, but there was no one there. By February 29th, we were gone. Moved into a rented condo 2 towns over. Smaller, but brighter. New locks. Security cameras. Mom sleeps in the room next to mine now. She doesn't work nights anymore. Sometimes I wake up thinking I hear footsteps. Other times I don't sleep at all. Because the truth is I never saw him get in, and I never saw him leave. We still don't know who he was. The case went cold. They ran the photo for fingerprints. Nothing. No matches, no signs of forced entry, no footprints in the snow. It's like he walked in and vanished. Like he was never there at all. But I know better. I can still see him, sitting in that chair, body still, mask facing the stairs, watching me, waiting. I think that's what scares me most, that he wasn't trying to get in, he already was, like he'd been there before. And maybe, in some twisted way, he thought it was his house. Or worse, he thought we belonged to him. Monsters don't always come crashing through windows. Sometimes they sit quietly at your table, because they've been watching long enough to know when you're alone. Lock your doors, trust your instincts, and never ignore what feels wrong, even if you can't explain why. I was 14 the year it happened. Starting high school, awkward as hell and about as social as a tree stump. My mom had just moved us to Marigold Pines, a wooded little patch of Vermont about 30 minutes from any real town. We lived in Cabin Row B, one of 6 seasonal rentals that people either forgot about or used to escape the city for a few weeks in summer. Ours was the only one occupied year-round. Mom worked nights at the hospital in town. Double shifts, sometimes triples. I understood it. She was trying to rebuild after Dad left, trying to give me something stable. Truth was, I didn't mind being alone most of the time. The woods behind our place were quiet and endless, and I liked that. I'd walk Hemlock Trail almost every afternoon after school, backpack slung over one shoulder, earbuds in, letting the noise of the world fall away. That trail was my routine, my comfort zone. Until it wasn't. It was September 8th, 2010. I remember because school had only been back in session for a week, and I was already counting the days till summer. I had just gotten off the bus and thrown my stuff inside the cabin when I decided to go for a walk. The air smelled like pine needles and early autumn, cool, crisp, but still clinging to the last heat of summer. About a half mile into the trail, I saw him, a man, maybe mid-40s, sitting cross-legged beneath a pine just off the path. Not moving, not resting, just sitting like he was part of the woods. His jacket looked old and dirty, sleeves too long for his arms. A trucker cap shadowed most of his face, but he looked up as I passed, and our eyes locked for maybe 2 seconds. Something about that stare hit the brakes on my spine. He didn't blink, didn't nod, just watched me. I didn't stop, didn't speak, just kept walking. Fast. I didn't look back, but I could feel him watching. That feeling like a hand pressed lightly between your shoulder blades. When I got home, I locked the back door. I never locked it before then. But that day, I did. I didn't tell Mom. She'd just gotten home from a double. She needed rest, not more reasons to worry. That night, I couldn't sleep, and at 11:47 p.m., I found out why. It was the sound that woke me, leaves crunching outside, not far from the living room window. Soft. Purposeful. Not the kind of movement that comes from animals. This was heavier, measured. I slipped out of bed and padded down the hallway, avoiding the creaky spots in the floor. I peeked out the curtain, and there he was, the man from the woods, standing on our back porch, just standing. One hand hanging by his side, the other holding something that caught the moonlight. I couldn't tell what it was. A piece of metal, maybe a crowbar, maybe worse. He didn't knock, didn't try the door. He just stared through the glass, not searching, watching. I ducked down and crawled backward, heart pounding so hard I thought it might shake the windows. I grabbed the cordless phone and whispered into it, dialing 911 as quietly as I could. The dispatcher's voice was calm, steady, asked my name, my address, told me to stay quiet and stay hidden. I hid in Mom's closet, behind a box of winter coats, phone pressed to my chest. The dispatcher kept talking, repeating my name, telling me help was on the way. I stayed in there for 20 minutes. He stood at the door for 10, just listening. When the sheriff arrived, he was gone. They found boot prints in the dirt outside the porch. The sheriff told me I did the right thing calling. Said it was probably just a drifter. Someone camping illegally. Maybe a little off. Told Mom to call again if anything else happened. The next day, one of the deputies took me back to the trail. I showed him where the man had been sitting. The spot was empty, but in the dirt nearby we found a canvas bag. Folded. Dirty. Stuffed halfway under a bush like it had been hastily shoved there. Inside was a flashlight, a length of rope, a roll of duct tape, and a used razor blade. The deputy didn't say anything for a few seconds, just zipped the bag closed and stood up slow. "We'll look into it," he said. But I could see it in his face. He knew exactly what that bag was for. Mom put in her notice the same day, said she was transferring to a hospital in town and that the apartment complex near the clinic had an opening. We were out of Marigold Pines within 2 weeks. She told me it was for her job, but I knew better. Even now, years later, I think about that man, about how he didn't run, didn't break in, just waited. I've told this story maybe 5 times in my life, and every time someone asked the same question. Do you think he would have hurt you? The answer is yes. I think he would have waited until I forgot to lock the door, until Mom picked up a second night shift, until the perfect storm of alone, unguarded, and tired fell into place. He wasn't just passing through. He had a plan. I don't go into the woods alone anymore. Not even in daylight. Even when I'm out hiking with friends, I keep a knife clipped to my belt and my eyes on the tree line. I listen for movement. I double-check locks. I don't assume quiet means safe. Because I know now, real danger doesn't always scream or chase or throw rocks at your window. Sometimes it sits, cross-legged, beneath a pine tree, waiting. Listen to that chill in your spine. If something feels wrong, trust it. It's not paranoia. It's instinct. Something ancient and built for survival. The world teaches us to doubt ourselves, to rationalize the things that scare us. But fear has a purpose. It's not weakness. It's a warning. And sometimes the difference between safe and missing is one look back, or one locked door. I had lived on Maplewood Drive long enough to recognize the difference between quiet and wrong. Quiet was the way the street settled after dusk. Porch lights humming, sprinklers ticking off, the occasional car door closing. Wrong was the feeling I got that October morning when I saw the moving truck parked in front of the abandoned house across from ours. That house had been empty for almost 6 years. No foreclosure sign, no auction notice. The previous owners, the Larkins, had left in the middle of the night. At least that's what people said. Lights off, cars gone, food still in the fridge when the bank finally sent someone out. After that, the place became a blank spot on the block. No kids dared each other to ring the bell. Even teenagers avoided it. So when the truck showed up, I remember standing at my kitchen window with my coffee cooling in my hand, watching 2 men haul crates up the walkway. Big crates. Wood, reinforced corners, no markings. My wife, Dana, came up behind me and said, "Tell me you're seeing that too." "I am," I said. "Guess it's not a ghost house anymore." She didn't laugh. The man who moved in introduced himself exactly once. A few days later, he rang our doorbell just after sunset. When I opened it, he stood perfectly straight, hands clasped in front of him, like he'd practiced the posture. "Evening," he said. "I'm Harold Harlow. Just moved in across the street." He didn't offer a handshake, didn't smile. "Mark Collins," I said. "This is my wife." He nodded to Dana. His eyes flicked briefly past us, into our house, then back to my face. "I work night shifts," he said. "So if you see lights on late, that's normal." "That's fine," Dana said too quickly. He lingered a moment, like he might say more, then simply turned and walked back across the street. That was the last normal thing that happened. Within days, our dog, Max, started acting strange. He'd sit at the front window and growl low in his chest, hair raised, eyes locked on Harlow's house. Not barking, just watching. "Dogs sense things," Dana said one night. "Dogs also chase squirrels," I replied. But even I didn't believe myself. It was the lack of patterns that bothered me. No car, no trash cans at the curb, no groceries brought inside, but packages kept arriving, big ones, sometimes 2 or 3 at once. They'd sit on his porch during the day and vanish overnight. One afternoon, I was outside raking leaves when Mrs. Turner from down the block leaned over her fence. "You noticed the new guy?" she asked. I nodded. "Ever see him leave?" "No." She shook her head. "Lights on all night, off all day, like a bat." That night, just after 11, Dana froze halfway up the stairs. "Do you hear that?" I did. A scraping sound. Metal on concrete. Slow, deliberate. It came from across the street. I stood by the window, careful not to turn on the light. Through the gap in the curtains, I saw his living room lit up. Shadows moved inside. Something large dragged across the floor. "It's probably furniture," I said, but my voice sounded thin. A week later, Dana came inside pale-faced. "He was standing behind the door," she said. "What?" I went to grab a package, looked up and saw him. Through the frosted glass. He wasn't moving, just standing there. "Maybe he didn't realize you were outside." "No," she said. "He knew." By November, other neighbors started talking. Security footage, late-night pacing, standing at the edge of driveways, staring at houses, not randomly, but methodically. Our daughter Emma stopped walking home alone. "He watches me," she said one night at dinner. Dana and I exchanged a look. "From where?" I asked. "The upstairs window," Emma said. "Every day around 5. Maybe he's just..." "He waved," she said. I waited. "And?" He didn't stop. The basketball showed up on our porch 2 days later. It belonged to the Morales kid next door. He'd kicked it over Harlow's fence during a game and bolted like he'd trespassed on a graveyard. That night, around midnight, Max growled. I opened the door. The ball sat dead center on our porch. Clean, dry, wrapped with twine. Dana covered her mouth. "I'm calling the police," she said. They came the next day. Knocked. No answer. Left a card. More calls followed. Welfare checks. Nothing. December came with cold rain and shorter days. Then one afternoon, squad cars blocked the street. Officers went inside Harlow's house. They stayed for hours. When they finally emerged, one of them asked if anyone had a ladder. That night, an officer knocked on our door. "Sir," he said, "we found something you should know." The house was empty. Completely. No furniture, no crates, no signs of life. Except the basement. The walls were covered in sketches, pencil drawings, every house on the block, accurate down to siding cracks and mailbox dents. Certain windows were circled in red, ours included. "He wasn't planning burglary," the officer said quietly. "This was surveillance." "Where is he?" I asked. They didn't know. We moved 6 months later. Emma sleeps with her curtains closed now. So do we. Sometimes when I wake up at night, I swear I hear scraping. But it's just the house settling. I hope. Strange behavior isn't harmless just because it hasn't acted yet. Trust instincts. Speak up early. Patterns matter. Communities protect themselves only when people stop dismissing discomfort as paranoia. Because some dangers don't break in. They watch and wait. I moved into the apartment on East Calder Street in late August, the kind of time when summer hasn't quite loosened its grip, but fall is already waiting its turn. The building sat 8 stories high, concrete and glass, wedged between a laundromat and a half-empty strip mall. It wasn't pretty, but it was cheap, and for a junior drowning in student loans, cheap mattered more than charm. The leasing agent was up front about the underground garage. "It's safe," she said, smiling a little too quickly. "Cameras everywhere. But yeah, people say it's creepy." I shrugged. I'd grown up in Chicago. Creepy was just another word for quiet. The garage was 3 levels underground, all raw concrete and fluorescent lighting that buzzed like tired insects. The ceiling felt low even though it wasn't. Sound traveled strangely there. Footsteps stretched too long. Car doors slammed twice. My parking spot was near a pillar close to the elevator, which I liked. Less walking, less time alone. The first week passed uneventfully. Classes, late nights at the library, instant noodles for dinner. I learned the building rhythms. Couples arguing through thin walls. Someone practicing violin badly on the 6th floor. The elevator that paused for half a second too long between levels. It was my second week when I came home after midnight from a study session. I remember, because my brain felt fried, formulas still swimming behind my eyes. I pulled into the garage, tires humming against the concrete ramp, and slowed as I approached my spot. That's when I saw her. She stood between 2 parked cars near my space, facing away from me. Long dark hair fell straight down her back, and she wore a blue dress, knee-length, neat, the kind someone might wear to a small ceremony or a formal dinner. It didn't belong in a garage. I rolled down my window. "Hey, excuse me?" She didn't move. I parked a little crooked engine still running and stepped out. "Are you okay?" I asked. "Do you need help?" She shifted then, just slightly. Not a full turn, just her head, angled enough that I could see the curve of her cheek, pale under the flickering light. Her voice was low, calm. "Don't park here tonight." That was it. She walked away toward the far exit door, footsteps echoing softly. No rush, no fear, just certainty. I stood there for a second, then called out, "Wait, what?" No answer. I turned toward the hallway door. It hadn't opened. No beep, no echo. She was just gone. I laughed under my breath, more unsettled than amused. Probably someone from another floor. Probably messing with me. Still, I moved my car. The next morning I forgot about her. That's what I told myself anyway. In reality, the image lingered in the back of my mind while I sat through lectures and scribbled notes. But I pushed it aside. College teaches you to normalize exhaustion. Weird things feel less weird when you're tired. That night, I parked 1 row over from my usual spot, just in case. At 2:14 a.m., sirens tore through my sleep. I stumbled to the window with half-open eyes and saw flashing lights bouncing off the building across the street. People gathered on balconies, murmuring. Smoke curled up from the garage entrance like a dark finger pointing at the sky. By morning, the story was everywhere. A car had exploded in the garage. Fuel leak. The owner had thought it was fixed. 2 nearby cars were destroyed. Concrete walls blackened. Sprinklers triggered. No casualties. The photos online made my stomach turn. The epicenter of the damage was my usual parking spot. People talked in the elevator, in the lobby. Whispers layered with disbelief. Someone said a woman warned him. Security cameras didn't catch anyone. Probably just luck. I told myself the same thing. Luck. Coincidence. Relief wrapped in denial. A week passed, then another. I started staying later on campus, walking slower through the garage, listening to my footsteps. The cameras blinked red reassuringly. Nothing happened. Until the night I saw her again. She stood near the elevator entrance this time, hands folded in front of her, posture straight. Same blue dress, same stillness. My heart kicked hard against my ribs. She looked at me fully now. Her eyes were tired. Not sad. Just focused. "Don't go up yet," she whispered. "What?" I asked. "Why?" But she was already stepping back, fading into the shadows between pillars. I hesitated. The elevator doors slid open with a soft chime. Then the alarm sounded. Metal groaned. Lights flickered. The doors slammed shut halfway. Somewhere above, people shouted. Maintenance confirmed later that the elevator had jammed between floors. 2 residents trapped for nearly an hour. I stood there staring at the empty space where she'd been. I went to management the next day. The property manager, a woman named Lisa, smiled politely as I explained. Her expression tightened when I mentioned the dress. "We've reviewed the footage," she said carefully. "There's no one there." She turned the screen toward me. Grainy video showed the garage. Me, alone, talking to nothing. "No one else enters the frame," she added, "at any point." I left feeling embarrassed and unsettled in equal measure. The 3rd time I saw her, I didn't question it. She stood beside a pillar, watching a car idle too long. She shook her head once. The driver pulled away moments later. The engine stalled down the ramp, smoke curling from the hood. I started paying attention. Not to her, but to what happened after. Leaks, sparks, loose railings, close calls that never quite crossed the line. I wasn't the only one who noticed things improving. The garage became quieter, safer. One evening, an elderly man stopped me near the mailboxes. "You've seen her," he said gently. I froze. "Who?" "The woman in blue." My throat went dry. "She died here," he continued. "Years ago. Fire. Tried to warn someone about a car leak." "Why me?" I asked. He smiled sadly. "Maybe because you listened." I stopped rushing. When she appeared, I listened. When she didn't, I stayed alert. I learned the difference between fear and caution. Some nights, she just stood there, waiting, watching, like a sentry. I never tried to follow her again. I didn't need answers. Graduation came, then summer. On my last night in the apartment, I parked one final time. She stood by the elevator. She nodded. That was all. I moved out the next morning. But sometimes, when I park in other garages, I pause before stepping out, just in case someone needs time. Warnings don't always come loudly, and protection doesn't always look dramatic. Paying attention, slowing down, and respecting quiet intuition can save lives. Sometimes your own, sometimes someone else's. Not every guardian wears a uniform, and not every danger announces itself. The choice to listen can make all the difference. My name is Olivia Finch. I've lived at 212 Maple Lane for 15 years. It's the kind of quiet, tree-lined street where nothing much happens, which is exactly how I like it. The only blight on the block was the house next door, 214. Old man Hargrove died there a decade ago, and the place fell into a slow, sad decay. It sat empty, windows boarded, lawn a jungle. For years, it was just me and the raccoons. So, when the sold sign went up last spring, I was thrilled. The prospect of neighbors, normal, living neighbors, felt like a blessing. When the moving truck finally arrived, I did what any good neighbor would do. I baked blueberry muffins. The family was young. The father, Mark, had a firm handshake and a smile that didn't quite reach his tired eyes. The mother, Sarah, was painfully thin, her movements quick and bird-like. Their daughter, Lily, was about 7, with serious dark eyes and 2 neat braids. She clung to her mother's leg. "Welcome to the neighborhood," I said, handing over the basket. "Thank you. That's so kind," Sarah said, her voice a whisper. She glanced past me into the shadowy foyer of their own home. As we stepped inside, I felt the chill immediately. The house was nearly empty. A single worn sofa faced a bare wall. A few cardboard boxes were stacked in a corner, and the air smelled of dust and mildew. Every window was shut tight, the locks visibly engaged. I noticed Lily hesitate at the threshold. Mark placed a firm, guiding hand on her back, practically ushering her in. "She's shy," he explained with that tight smile. My eyes were drawn to the door frames. Around the living room arch and the kitchen entrance, deep, ragged scratches gouged the wood. They weren't old. They looked frantic, like something had been trying to claw its way through. "Renovations?" I asked, pointing awkwardly. Mark's smile vanished. "Pests," he said flatly. Previous owner had a big dog. But the scratches were at shoulder height for a tall man. I left soon after, my skin prickling. That night, taking my terrier, Gus, out for his last walk, I glanced up at 214. In the top left window, a window I'd seen locked hours before, a silhouette stood. It was impossibly tall, its head brushing the top of the frame, perfectly motionless. It wasn't Mark. It was someone, or something, else. The next morning, the windows were all locked again. The family settled into a bizarre, silent routine. Mark left for work at the same time, but moved like a man walking through a minefield, constantly glancing over his shoulder. Sarah rarely emerged. When she did, to collect the mail or water a single pathetic potted plant, her eyes were hollow, darting toward the house as if expecting an attack. Lily was a ghost in her own yard. She'd swing on the rusted swing set, but her movements were listless, her eyes always fixed on her back door. I tried to be friendly, waving, offering to have Lily over to play. My offers were met with polite, panicked refusals. "She's not feeling social," Sarah would say, pulling her daughter close. One evening, a week after they moved in, a storm rolled in. The wind howled, and the old bones of 214 groaned. I was reading in my living room when Gus began to growl, low and steady, at the wall we shared with them. Thump. A heavy, singular impact shook the pictures on my wall. Then another. Thump. It was coming from their basement. I froze, my book forgotten. It wasn't the sound of a box falling. It was the sound of something striking solid wood with purpose. It stopped as abruptly as it started. 10 minutes later, through the sheeting rain, I saw Mark hurry out the back door with a large, heavy-looking black bag. He threw it into his car trunk and sped away. He returned an hour later, empty-handed. He stood in the driveway for a long time, just staring at his house in the rain, before squaring his shoulders and going back inside, like a soldier returning to a trench. The incident that changed everything happened on a Tuesday. A crisp, cold autumn night. I was taking out the recycling when I saw a small, pale shape on my porch. It was Lily. She stood barefoot on the cold concrete in thin pajamas, shivering violently. Her face was streaked with tears. "Lily, honey, what's wrong?" I rushed toward her. She flinched but didn't run. Her voice was the faintest whisper, swallowed by the night. "Please don't tell my dad I came here." "Why not? Are you hurt?" She shook her head, her braids swinging. Her eyes were huge with a fear no child should know. "He'll think it followed me." Before I could process her words, the front door of 214 flew open. Mark sprinted across the lawn, his face a mask of pure terror. He didn't yell. He scooped Lily up, holding her so tightly she gasped. "I'm so sorry, Olivia," he babbled, backing away. "She sleepwalks. She shouldn't have bothered you." "Mark, she's freezing. She said something about—" "She has nightmares," he interrupted, his voice cracking. "Just bad dreams. Thank you. Good night." He practically ran back inside, clutching his daughter. The door slammed shut, and I heard the distinct sound of multiple locks engaging. I stood frozen on my porch, Lily's whispered words echoing. "He'll think it followed me." 2 nights later, the sounds began in earnest. I was in bed when the first heavy thud echoed through the wall, then another. It was a footstep, but massive, ponderous, as if something huge and weighty was pacing in their living room. Thud, drag, thud, drag. Gus whined, burrowing under the covers. My heart hammered against my ribs. Then I heard Mark's voice, shrill with desperation. "No! Stay downstairs! You stay in the basement!" A guttural, grating sound answered him. Not words, but a vibration that made my teeth ache. The heavy footsteps descended. I heard the basement door slam. Then silence. For an hour, I debated. This wasn't a marital dispute. This was something else. Finally, fear for that little girl overrode my reluctance to intrude. I called the police. I told them I believed my neighbors were in danger, that I heard violent threats and strange movements. The police arrived 20 minutes later, their cruiser lights painting the quiet street in flashes of blue and red. They knocked on 214's door. No answer. They circled the house, shining flashlights. One officer tried the front door. It was unlocked. They went in. I watched from my window, clutching Gus. 5 minutes later, an officer came to my door. His face was grim. "Ma'am, the house is empty. No one is here." "That's impossible. Their cars are gone?" "Gone. And so is all their furniture, their belongings. Everything. It looks like they left in one hell of a hurry." I insisted on seeing. The officer, perhaps seeing my genuine shock, let me stand in the doorway of 214. The emptiness was absolute. The single couch, the boxes, the potted plant, all gone. Every window in the house was cranked wide open, curtains flapping in the night breeze, as if trying to air out a terrible smell. The door to the basement was not just open. It was off its hinges, leaning against the wall. The wood around the lock was splintered outward. "We're not going down there without backup," the officer said, shining his light down the stairs. The beam illuminated the concrete floor. There, in the thick dust, were footprints. Large, bare, human-like footprints. They led from the bottom of the stairs across the floor to the far wall. And in that wall, behind where an old water heater had been pulled aside, was a jagged, dark hole. The cinder blocks had been broken inward, creating a passage just big enough for a large man to crawl through. The hole didn't lead outside. It led into the pitch-black space under the addition built onto the house decades ago, a sealed, forgotten crawl space. The police investigated. The family, Mark, Sarah, and Lily, were never found. No missing person report was ever filed by anyone else. It was as if they had never existed. The house is abandoned again, boarded up by the bank. The for sale sign is back, but it'll never sell. Sometimes, on the stillest nights, Gus still growls at the wall. And sometimes, I swear I see it. A tall, thin silhouette in the upstairs window, standing perfectly still, looking out at the world. Or looking at my house, waiting for the next family naive enough to think they're just buying a fixer-upper, and not a home that comes with a permanent hungry guest. The most dangerous prisons are not made of stone and lock, but of silence and fear. When something feels profoundly wrong, it is a warning to be heeded, not a curiosity to be ignored. Turning away from the suffering of others, even when clothed in the guise of not wanting to intrude, can make us complicit in their captivity. True neighborliness is not just about welcome muffins. It is the courage to see clearly, to ask hard questions, and to act when the whispers of distress cut through the quiet of a seemingly peaceful night. My name is Nina Reyes. I moved into the Parkview Terrace apartments in April, chasing a promotion and a fresh start. After 3 years in a crumbling walk-up with paper-thin walls, Parkview felt like a sanctuary. It was a solid red brick building with a tidy lobby and quiet hallways that smelled of lemon polish and quiet living. I met my neighbors quickly. Mrs. Gable in 3A brought me a pecan pie, her hands fluttering as she told me about the building's wonderful spirit. The couple in 2C, Ben and Shay, invited me for drinks. Everyone was friendly, talkative, normal. It was everything I'd wanted, except for the man in 3B. His door, directly opposite mine, was always slightly open, not welcomingly ajar, but cracked by 2 stubborn inches. It became my daily mystery. Sometimes, I'd glimpse the scuffed toe of a work boot, motionless on the floor just inside. Other times, I'd see the faint, dark suggestion of a shape standing back in the gloom, a silent sentinel. The first time I heard the click, I was locking my own door. It was a soft, metallic snick from across the hall. I turned, my heart jumping. The sliver of darkness in 3B's doorway seemed to stare back. "Hello?" I called, my voice too bright. Silence. It became a ritual. Every time I passed, the soft click of the peephole cover would follow my steps down the hall. Click, 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 with my stride. He was tracking me. I mentioned it to Mrs. Gable one afternoon. "Oh, that's just Mr. Clay," she said, waving a dismissive hand. "He's a quiet one. Keeps to himself. I think he works odd hours." She leaned in. "A bit odd, but harmless, I'm sure." Harmless. I tried to cling to that word. Then, one Tuesday after work, I found the note. A quick, furtive knock had sent me to the door. The hall was empty, but on my mat lay a single, folded sheet of white paper. The handwriting was a frantic, jagged scrawl, the ink dug deep into the fiber. "Don't trust the man in 3B. He watches." The paper trembled in my hand. Someone else knew. Someone else was scared too. The friendly facade of Parkview Terrace cracked open, revealing something cold and watching underneath. The note turned my fear into a solid, cold weight in my stomach. I called my friend Maya. "It's probably a prank," she said, but her voice lacked conviction. "Or a weird neighbor feud. Still, be careful. Use the chain." I did more than that. I bought a rubber doorstop and jammed it under the knob. That night, every creak of the old building was a footstep. Every whisper of the air conditioner was a breath. Then, around 2 a.m., I heard the real thing. Thud, thud, thud. Slow, heavy footsteps. They stopped right outside my door. I froze, the sheets clutched in my fists. I heard the subtle groan of the floorboard as weight settled against the wood. Then, the low, slow sound of breathing. A deliberate, audible exhale that seeped under the door. My own breath hitched. I was too terrified to move. Tap, tap, tap. 3 gentle, probing taps on the door. Not at knob height, but lower, as if someone was crouching there, testing the strength of the wood. A sound escaped my throat, a whimper of pure fear. The breathing stopped. After an agonizing minute, the heavy footsteps receded down the hall. I waited, shivering, for what felt like an hour before slinking out of bed. I pressed my eye to my own peephole. The hallway was dim and empty, but the door to 3B was wide open. For the first time, it gaped fully open, a perfect rectangle of pure, silent blackness. No light, no sound, no shadow of a boot. It was an invitation, or a threat. My blood ran cold. He wasn't hiding anymore. He was showing me the void he came from. At 7 a.m., I was in the building manager's office. Gary, a man with a perpetually weary expression, listened while I spilled the story. The door, the clicks, the note, the breathing. He frowned. "Miss Reyes, that's concerning. But apartment 3B is vacant. The tenant, Mr. Clay, moved out 2 months ago. We're between tenants." The floor seemed to tilt. "That's impossible. His door is always open. Someone is living there. Gary sighed, a long, suffering sound. Let's go take a look. We stood in the hall with Hector, the maintenance supervisor. Mrs. Gable peeked out, her face tight with worry. Gary used his master key on 3B. The door swung inward. The apartment was a ghost of a home. A sofa and armchair were shrouded in white sheets like sleeping statues. Dust coated every surface. The windowsills, the floor, a lone side table. The air was stale and cold. "See?" Gary said, a note of vindication in his voice. "Empty." But Hector stepped inside, his eyes on the floor. "Hold on." In the thick layer of dust, a clear trail of footprints began from a hallway leading to the bedrooms and traveled straight to the threshold. They were large, masculine prints from a boot or sneaker. They were fresh, sharp-edged, and alone. No other prints disturbed the dust. "Someone's been walking here," Hector said softly. "Recently." Gary's face went slack. He pulled out his phone. "I'm calling the police." Detective Ruiz arrived, a calm, no-nonsense woman. She examined the footprints, which led to a bedroom closet. The closet was empty save for a rumpled sleeping bag, a few empty water bottles, and wrappers from protein bars. A nest. "Squatter," she confirmed. She turned to me. "The note?" I handed her the folded paper in a plastic bag. She studied it. "Someone else in the building knew. Didn't want to get involved directly, but wanted to warn you." She looked at the other doors. Fear often works in whispers. With the police report filed and the locks on 3B changed, a tense calm settled over the third floor. But the mystery of the note gnawed at me. Who had left it? That person had been my silent guardian. I started paying closer attention. I thanked Ben and Shay for their support. "Did you ever see anything from that apartment?" I asked casually. Ben scratched his head. "You know, a few weeks ago I thought I heard a radio playing in there late at night. I figured the old tenant hadn't moved out yet. Didn't think much of it. I helped Mrs. Gable with her groceries." "It's just so frightening," she clucked. "To think he was right there. I told Gary we need better security lights." "The note was so strange," I ventured. "Any idea who might have written it?" Her eyes darted away. "Oh, honey, no, but we all notice things, don't we? We just don't always say." Her words hung in the air. We all notice things. The breakthrough came from Leo, the quiet man in 1A who cared for his elderly mother. I found him struggling with a bag of recycling. As I helped him, I mentioned how grateful I was for the anonymous note. He went very still. His hands shook. I just knew you were new," he stammered, not meeting my eyes. "You seemed nice. He had a key. I saw him use it on the service entrance. He didn't belong." My breath caught. "You saw him?" Leo nodded, a quick, bird-like motion. "Many times. Late. He'd just stand in the hallway, listening. I was afraid for my mother. The note, it was all I could do." Tears of shame or fear welled in his eyes. "I'm not brave." "You were brave enough," I said, my voice thick. "Thank you, Leo." He had given the police a description. A man in a dark hoodie, average build, moving with quiet purpose. He'd had a key. That changed everything. This wasn't a random homeless person finding an open door. This was someone with access, with intention. Detective Ruiz followed the key lead. The former tenant, Mr. Clay, was a long-haul trucker. When pressed, he admitted an old roommate, a cousin named Derek, had never returned a key after a bitter argument a year ago. Derek had recent arrests for trespassing. The pieces fit. Derek knew the apartment was vacant. He had a key. He'd been using it as a free flophouse. My arrival, a new observant neighbor directly across the hall, had threatened his sanctuary. The taps on my door weren't just menace. They were the rage of a cornered animal being displaced. A warrant was issued, but Derek had vanished back into the city's shadows. The building installed a key fob system. Gary was replaced. 3B was rented to a loud, cheerful family with a baby. I changed too. I installed a steel security bar for my door. I took a self-defense class. My friendship with Leo became a quiet understanding. We'd share a nod, a silent acknowledgement of the fear we'd witnessed, and the small, fragile act of courage that had passed between us. One evening, months later, I came home. I used my key fob, heard the solid thunk of the lobby door locking. The hallway was bright. From behind the door of 3B, I heard the sound of a baby laughing. At my own door, I paused. I didn't just unlock it and rush in. I looked at the frame. I listened. Then I went inside, engaged the deadbolt, and slid the security bar into its bracket with a definitive clunk. The sound wasn't fear anymore. It was a ritual of vigilance. The man in 3B was gone, but the lesson remained, etched into my mind as clearly as those footprints in the dust. Safety is not a condition, but a practice. It is built on trusting your instincts, on the courage to see clearly, and on the understanding that sometimes the most important warnings come in whispers from those too afraid to speak aloud. True safety is not the absence of threat, but the presence of awareness. Trust your intuition. It is your first and finest line of defense. A community's strength lies not only in friendly greetings, but in the willingness to speak uncomfortable truths and protect one another. Silence protects only those who mean harm. Courage, even when it comes as a whisper, can be the loudest sound in the dark. I bought the house because I wanted quiet. After the divorce, after the noise of lawyers and paperwork and people telling me what I should feel, I wanted space that didn't ask questions. The farmhouse sat on 5 acres of land outside of Pine Hollow, the kind of rural town that existed mostly as a name on a map and a blinking caution light. No street lamps, no sidewalks, just trees, fences, and long stretches of road where you could drive for 10 minutes without seeing another set of headlights. The realtor warned me about winter. "Storms roll through hard out here," she said, tapping the clipboard against her palm. "Power lines go down, roads close. You gotta be comfortable being alone." I told her I was, and most of the time, I was telling the truth. January came in sharp and early that year. Snow fell in thick, dry sheets that swallowed sound and erased landmarks. When the blizzard warning came through on the radio, I stocked up on firewood, charged my phone, filled the bathtub with water. Old habits from growing up rural kicked in automatically. By evening, the wind was screaming. The power cut out just after 9. The house went silent all at once. No heater hum, no refrigerator click. Just the sound of the storm throwing itself against the walls. I lit candles and pulled on every sweater I owned, settling on the couch with blankets tucked tight around me. The nearest neighbor, Tom, lived about half a mile down the road. We waved sometimes, shared small talk at the mailbox. That was it. By midnight, the snow was already knee-deep. That's when I heard footsteps. At first, I told myself it was an animal. Deer pass through the property sometimes. Coyotes, too. You get used to unfamiliar noises when you live far from people. But these footsteps weren't erratic or light. They crunched, slow, measured, heavy enough to compress the snow completely. They moved along the side of the house. I sat up straighter, every nerve in my body pulling tight. The wind rattled the windows, but the sound underneath it stayed steady. Someone, or something, was walking close. Too close. Then came the scraping, a soft, deliberate drag against the siding. Not random, not hurried. I stood and moved toward the living room window, my heart thudding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I lifted the corner of the curtain just enough to look out. At first, there was nothing but blowing white. Then I saw him. A tall figure stood at the edge of the trees, half swallowed by shadow. Heavy coat. Hood pulled low. He wasn't moving, just watching the house, watching me. I dropped below the sill so fast my knees hit the floor. My hands shook uncontrollably, my breath coming in shallow pulls. I counted silently. 10, 20, 30. When I looked again, he was gone. Relief barely had time to settle before I saw movement closer to the house. He stood beside my car now. He placed one hand on the hood, pressing down just enough to leave a perfect handprint in the frost. Then he stepped back, retreating into the dark like he'd never been there at all. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. No connection. I tried again. The call failed halfway through a ring. The storm had taken the towers. My chest felt tight, panic blooming fast and hot. The footsteps returned. This time they stopped at the kitchen door. The handle jiggled. Not violently, not desperate. Testing. I stood frozen in the hallway, gripping the fireplace poker like it could actually help me. The handle turned once more, then stilled. Minutes passed, or hours. Time lost its shape. Then headlights cut through the storm. A truck pulled into my driveway, tires grinding against packed snow. Someone jumped out, shouting my name. It was Tom. I unlocked the door and nearly collapsed when I saw him. He ushered me inside his truck cab, warmth briefly before insisting we look around. He swept his flashlight across the yard. Tracks covered the snow. They circled the house, every window, the garage, the car. Tom frowned, crouching low. "These are fresh," he said slowly, "on top of the snowfall." I swallowed. "Where do they lead?" He scanned the darkness. "They don't." There were no tracks coming in from the road, none from the woods, only the ones circling my house. Tom straightened, unease written plainly on his face. "Lila, something ain't right." We stayed together until dawn. The storm eased by morning. No sign of anyone. No explanation that made sense. The sheriff came later, took notes, offered platitudes. Couldn't explain the tracks either. Life returned to normal, but I didn't. I replaced locks, installed cameras, slept with lights on. And sometimes, during heavy snowfalls, I thought I heard footsteps again, just beyond the glow of the porch light, waiting. Spring came late. I never saw him again. But I sold the house that summer. Some places hold memories you don't want to keep. When I drive past open fields now, when storms roll in thick and quiet, I remember those tracks. Perfect circles in the snow, no beginning, no end. I used to believe routines were harmless, necessary, even. They made life efficient, predictable, safe. That was before I learned that predictability is not the same thing as security. I'm the kind of person people describe as low profile. I don't draw attention. I don't overshare. I pay my rent early and keep my headphones on in public. I thought that made me invisible. Turns out, it just made me easy to study. My life fit into clean, repeatable patterns. Wake up before sunrise. Coffee strong enough to burn. News muted because the noise made my chest tight. Same shoes, same jacket, same staircase, same timing, down to the minute. I didn't know someone else was memorizing it. I didn't know that my consistency was being treated like a script. The building was old and narrow. 4 floors stacked like a filing cabinet that had been dropped too many times. Sound carried badly. If someone sneezed on the 3rd floor, you heard it on the 1st. That's how I knew when someone moved into Unit 3B. There was no moving truck, no dragging furniture, no awkward knocks asking for help with a couch. Just a strip of masking tape appeared on the door one morning. The ink slightly smudged. Unit 3, BR, Hale. I stood there longer than necessary, reading it twice like it might change. I saw him once that first week. We passed on the stairs. He was tall, mid-30s maybe, wearing a gray jacket that didn't stand out. His face didn't either. Brown hair, brown eyes, the kind of person you forget immediately after seeing. except he smiled like he recognized me. "Morning," he said. "Morning," I replied, automatically. His timing was odd. He stepped out of his apartment seconds after I did, close enough that I felt his presence behind me but not close enough to feel threatened. At first, it felt normal. Coincidences happen. People leave for work around the same time, but coincidence doesn't keep pace when you slow down. The first real test was the stairs. I stopped halfway down to retie my shoe. I wasn't rushing. I wanted to see what would happen. Behind me, the footsteps stopped too. No shuffling, no weight shift, just stillness. I waited. So did he. When I stood back up, the footsteps resumed, perfectly spaced, like an echo that knew exactly when to follow. I told myself I was being paranoid. Stress does that. Living alone does that. Then things inside my apartment started changing. Small things, wrong things. My favorite mug was moved from the left side of the sink to the right. My coat was hanging inside out. My alarm tone changed. Same model phone, same default ringtone I'd heard through the wall when his phone rang. I started taking pictures before bed. Door locked, deadbolt engaged, chain secured. Still, I woke up tired. Like someone had been watching me sleep, memorizing how my chest rose and fell. One night, I heard him practicing. At first I thought he was on the phone. Then I realized he was repeating my voice. Not mocking, studying. He mimicked the pauses, the breath I took before speaking, the way my voice dipped at the end of sentences. I pressed my ear to the wall. "I'm fine," he whispered. My words, my voice. I confronted him in the hallway the next morning. My hands were shaking, but my voice stayed steady. "Are you copying me?" He looked genuinely confused. "I don't sound like you," he said. Then, after a moment, he smiled. "Not yet." That's when other people started acting strange. My coworker asked if I'd changed something about my appearance. I hadn't. A barista insisted I'd already picked up my order. My phone log showed outgoing calls I didn't remember making. Long conversations where I spoke confidently, clearly, like someone more decisive than me. I checked my reflection constantly. It started lagging. A blink delayed. A smile that came a second too late. I stopped trusting mirrors. I came home early one afternoon. My door was open. Inside, I heard movement. Furniture shifting. Someone humming. Then I heard my laugh. Perfect. Familiar. Effortless. He walked out wearing my jacket. Didn't run. Didn't panic. "You're early today," he said. I screamed. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "You live so carefully," he said. "It takes effort to wear someone properly." The police found nothing. No lease. No fingerprints. No record of our Hale ever existing. They said Unit 3B had been empty. After that, reality thinned. I moved without deciding to. Spoke without thinking. It felt like my actions were being rehearsed somewhere else first. The final morning, I woke up on my couch. Across the hall, Unit 3B was open. Inside was my life. On the wall, written in my handwriting. Asterisk, asterisk, "You can rest now. I've got it." Asterisk, asterisk, "The landlord says I moved out weeks ago." Everyone agrees. They say I seemed happier. The scariest thing isn't being watched. It's being understood so completely that someone else can step into your life and no one notices the difference. Routines create comfort but unchecked. They also create vulnerability. When you stop questioning the familiar, you stop protecting yourself. Pay attention to who's watching, and never assume that being quiet makes you invisible. Sometimes, it just makes you replaceable. I used to think time moved forward in clean lines. One day followed another. Cause led to effect. If something happened, there was always a reason you could point to, even if it was uncomfortable. I don't believe that anymore. Somewhere along the way, my days started slipping. Not dramatically at first, just enough to make me feel tired in a way sleep didn't fix. Like I was always arriving late to my own life. I lived alone because I liked the quiet, because I needed control over my space. Same grocery store, same walking route, same hours. I thought that made things simpler. I didn't know I was being measured against a future version of myself. The calendar was the first thing that felt wrong. It was taped inside my kitchen cabinet, right above the coffee mugs, yellowed paper, old wire binding, the kind you'd expect to see in a garage or basement, not a rental unit that had been repainted twice in 10 years. A date was circled in red. Tomorrow. I assumed it belonged to a previous tenant. People leave strange things behind. Notes, nails in walls, scratches on doors you don't want to ask about. I left it there. That night, I heard footsteps. They came from the wall I shared with the vacant unit next door. Slow pacing, back and forth, heavy enough to feel intentional. When I pressed my ear to the wall, the sound stopped immediately, like it knew. The landlord had told me the unit was empty. No power, no water, no repairs finished. I reminded myself of that as I went to bed. At 2:13 a.m., I heard knocking, not on my door, on the wall. 3 taps, a pause, 3 more. I stayed silent. The knocking continued until my hands went numb. The next morning, there was a note under my door. Sorry, wrong night. After that, my days stopped lining up properly. I woke up already exhausted. I found dishes in the sink I didn't remember using. My phone battery drained overnight with apps open I hadn't touched. One voicemail stopped me cold. My voice whispered, asterisk, he's listening now, asterisk, timestamp, tomorrow. I finally saw him on a Tuesday afternoon. The door to the vacant unit creaked open as I carried groceries inside. A man stood there, thin, pale, eyes too alert. You're late today, he said. I asked him who he was. He hesitated. Your neighbor. Eventually, when I reported him, police found nothing. Empty unit, no signs of life, but the air inside was warm, lived in. The knocking returned, this time at my door. I'm not here yet, he said calmly through the wood. Once I am, it gets easier. The calendar began changing, dates crossed out ahead of time. Notes in my handwriting warning me about myself. This is when you stop trusting mirrors. Reflections lagged. I saw him behind me before he was physically there. I dreamed his apartment furnished with my life. Photos of me taken from angles I didn't recognize. He wasn't stalking me. He was remembering me. I woke one night to find him sitting at my kitchen table. You're catching up, he said gently. That's dangerous. I asked what happened when I reached his day. That's when I move out, he said. And you move in. I understood then that he wasn't replacing me. I was becoming him. The police found my apartment empty the next morning. No signs of struggle, just the calendar. Today circled in red. The unit next door finally had its lights on, and someone inside was unpacking my life. When you live on autopilot, you stop noticing when your life starts moving without you. Pay attention to your days. Question what feels normal, because the moment you stop owning your time, someone else may decide to live it for you. I chose the house because it was quiet. It sat on the edge of a modest suburban street, identical to the others except for a slightly leaning mailbox and a maple tree whose roots had cracked the sidewalk. Nothing about it stood out. That was the point. I wanted a place where days blended together, where no one paid attention to who came and went. For most of my adult life, I believed anonymity was safety. I worked predictable hours. I bought groceries on Sundays. I watered the lawn on Wednesdays. The kind of routine people fall into without realizing it's happening. I told myself it was discipline, stability, proof that I had my life together. I didn't know routines could be studied. I didn't know consistency could invite someone in. And I didn't know how easy it was for another person to learn the shape of my life well enough to wear it. The first time I noticed him, it barely registered. I stepped outside at 6:45 a.m., briefcase in hand, coffee cooling too fast in my travel mug. Across the street, my neighbor stood on his porch holding a mug of his own. He wasn't drinking it, just holding it, watching. He didn't wave. I nodded, more out of habit than friendliness, and walked to my car. In the side mirror, I saw him still standing there. The next morning, he was there again. Same spot, same mug, same stillness. I started to notice patterns. If I left early, he was already outside. If I overslept, his porch light flicked on right before I opened my door. When I came home late, his silhouette appeared at the edge of his porch as I turned the corner. I told myself he was retired, lonely, maybe bored. That explanation worked until it didn't. The first thing that changed was my trash bin. I rolled it out one evening and noticed it had been moved closer to his fence. Not much. Just a foot or two. Enough to feel intentional. Then my gate was unlatched. Twice. I installed a porch camera. A week later, it was angled downward, just enough to miss the sidewalk. That night, he spoke to me. You left at 6:52 today, he said casually. Traffic must have been bad. I froze. He smiled like we were discussing the weather. The notes appeared after that. Not threats. Corrections. You usually lock the back door. You didn't eat dinner Tuesday. You forgot your light on. I stopped sleeping. I started doubting myself. Once, I heard footsteps outside my bedroom wall, pacing in time with my breathing. When police found nothing, he smiled the next morning. You slept better last night, he said. I realized then that the worst part wasn't being watched. It was being known. I began changing my routine deliberately, leaving at random times, turning lights on and off unpredictably. He adjusted faster than I could. You're tired, he said once. That's why you're slipping. I hated that he was right. The more I tried to escape my routine, the less I trusted myself. The more I relied on his observations to know what I had done. He wasn't following me anymore. He was maintaining me. The final night, I confronted him. I want you to stop, I said. He looked genuinely surprised. But I'm keeping everything running, he said calmly. You were losing track. That's when I understood. He wasn't replacing me. He was becoming the version of me that functioned better than I did, and I was letting him. Routine can bring comfort, but when you stop questioning it, you stop protecting yourself. Pay attention to who notices your patterns. Pay attention to who benefits from knowing your life better than you do. Because the most dangerous thing isn't being watched. It's slowly forgetting who your life belongs to. Buying my first house was supposed to mean independence. That's what I told everyone. That I was done with thin apartment walls, noisy neighbors, and the sense that my life was always overlapping someone else's. I wanted space, privacy, a place where nothing happened unless I invited it. The realtor described the neighborhood as quiet. She said it like a promise. The street curved gently instead of running straight, which made it feel enclosed, insulated from the rest of the town. Most of the houses looked lived in but not loved. Lawns trimmed, blinds drawn, porches used more for storage than sitting. And at the very end of the street was the house that never changed. No lights, no decorations, no cars, just peeling paint and a roof sagging slightly, like the structure was tired of holding itself together. I didn't think much of it then. I didn't know that stillness could be intentional. The first knock came 3 weeks after I moved in. It was late. After 10, the kind of late where any noise feels deliberate. The knock itself was careful, 3 taps, evenly spaced. Not urgent, not casual. When I opened the door, a man stood on my porch. He was thin, mid-40s maybe, wearing a jacket that looked older than it should have been. His smile was polite, rehearsed. His eyes, though, didn't settle on my face. They drifted past me, scanning the hallway behind my shoulder. Sorry to bother you so late, he said. I live down the street, end house. Of course he did. I was wondering if you had some water. My pipes are acting up. It felt reasonable, neighborly. I filled a bottle and handed it over. His fingers brushed mine, lingering half a second too long. Thank you, he said. You're usually home around this time. I laughed awkwardly. Yeah, guess so. He nodded, like that confirmed something, and left. I stood there longer than I needed to, listening to his footsteps fade. He came back 3 nights later. Batteries this time, then food. Always after dark, always calm, always unsurprised to see me. Once, when I hesitated before opening the door, he smiled through the glass. I know you're home, he said gently. That was the first night I didn't sleep. I started noticing small things. My trash cans shifted closer to the street. A porch light turned off that I didn't remember switching. Doors that closed too easily or resisted just slightly when they hadn't before. When I stopped answering the door, he knocked anyway. Sometimes he waited. Sometimes he whispered my name through the wood, slow and patient, like he wasn't worried about being heard. The worst part wasn't the knocking. It was how he knew things. You had a headache today, he said once through the door. You kept the lights off longer. I asked him how he knew that. There was a pause. You forget how visible routines are, he said. I installed cameras. They caught nothing. No movement, no one approaching, but I still found evidence of adjustment. My life nudged, rearranged. I began questioning my own memory, whether I was locking doors, turning off lights, taking out trash. The sense of being watched didn't spike. It settled. The final knock was frantic. There's a leak, he said. Something dangerous. Against every instinct I followed him. His house was hollow, cold, empty of any sign of living. No furniture, no warmth. In the basement, the walls were carved with deep grooves overlapping marks, some fresh, some worn smooth by repetition. When I refused to go further, he ran not away, but toward the stairs, blocking me. He hesitated, and that hesitation saved me. Police found nothing. No records, no fingerprints, no sign anyone lived there. The house at the end of the street remains unchanged. Sometimes I still hear knocking. Sometimes I still feel like something already knows when I'm home. What haunts me isn't the chase. It's realizing the fear started long before I noticed it. Safety isn't just about locked doors and quiet neighborhoods. It's about paying attention to patterns, especially when someone else seems to know them better than you do. Because the most dangerous intrusion isn't forceful, it's familiar.